Queued for login. Connecting to Diablo 4 services. Right action. Queued. Right action button. Logging into Diablo 4. Right action button. Cancel. Items lose durability and become less effective when you revive from death. You can repair your equipment at a blacksmith. Granada. Eternal. 151. Bottom action button. Select left action button. Undo character. Delete. Aya. Eternal. Rogue. Level 43. 151. Normal. Top action button. Change difficulty. Bottom action button. Select right trigger. Delete character. Start button. Edit list order. Left action button. Undo character. Delete. Granada. Eternal. Spirit. Local. Missed
People.
equipment tab in the stash is full.
I'm not
1010.
fond of people.
Subo. Iceagel. Right trigger. Interact. Stash. Missed. Adventurer's Helm of the Protector. Legendary Helm. Leonine Loop. Rapid Shot. Unrelenting. Blood Boil. Ocelot. Smiting. Sovereign. Choker. Salvage. Ring. Leonine Loop of Exhilaration. Legendary Ring. 750 item power. 104 all resist. Adventurer's Helm of the Protect. Leonine Loop of Exhilaration. Legendary Ring. 750 item power. Adventurer's Helm of the Protector. Legendary Helm. 750 item power. 1125 armor, plus 3% toughness. Plus 91 dexterity. Plus 266 maximum life. Plus 158 thorns. Plus 1 to potency skills. Damaging an elite enemy grants you a barrier absorbing up to 3150 damage for 10 seconds. This effect can only happen once every 20 seconds. Empty socket. Empty socket. Requires level, Leonine Loop, Rapid Sharp Glaive. Legendary Glaive. 750 item power. 524 damage, Unrelenting Devil's Poliarm. Blood Boiling Smashing Quarterstaff. Ocelot's Eye of Inevitable Fate. Legendary Amulet. 750 item power. 138 all resist. Smite. Unrelenting, Blood, Smiting Elder Poliarm. Legendary Poliarm. 750 item power. 523 damage per second. 466 to 698 damage per hit. 0.90 attacks per second, slow. Plus 66, Sovereign Greaves of Concussive Strikes. Legendary Boots. 750 item power. Choker of Deflection. Legendary Amulet. 750 item, Salvage Cache. Heavy Boots. Leonine. Choker of Deflection. Wander Blast. Rare Boots. 7. Jarshial. Right trigger. Interact. Donation Bowl. Right trigger. Interact. Jizrika. Right trigger. Interact. Kansuk. Blacksmith. Kansuk. Salvage. All items, rare. All item, salvage all. Aspect unlocked.
Come back if you need the
Aspect of
forge.
Exhilaration has been added to the Codex of Power. Jizrika. Right trigger. Interact. Left shoulder button. Nahantu. Waypoint. Teleport. Combat damage text is colored to mean different things: critical strike, overpower, and critical strike combined with overpower. The Den. Decoal. Right trigger. Interact.
I know what it's like to be the outsider, boy. But you have family in this place.
Someone told me once you can't pick your family. But I think I have.
Rahir's Anvil. Blacksmith. Right trigger. Interact. Aldkin. Hire mercenary.
If you're sure, let's go.
Blasphemous fate. Haunt. Rank 1/1. Mercenary core. Cooldown, 14 seconds. Aldkin emits 3. Haunt. Paranoia. Languishing enemies take 15% increased damage from you. Lucky hit. Attacks against languishing enemies have up to a 20% chance to daze them for 1.0 seconds. You may only select one talent. Cannot learn. Dazed enemies can't. Paranoia. Paranoia. Languishing enemies take 15% increased damage from you. Lucky hit. Attacks against languishing enemies have up to a 20% chance to daze them for 1.0 seconds. You may only select one talent. Cannot learn. Dazed enemies cannot attack or use skills but are still able to move. Field of Languish. Mercenary iconic. Field of Terrify. Hits, Haunt. Exhaustion. Chain of Souls. Rank, Amplified Suffering. Damaging a soul-chained enemy detonates the chain early, dealing 1112 shadow damage around them. You may only select one talent. Left action button. Refund. Eradication. Flame Surge. Mercenary Core. Cooldown, 11 seconds. Flame Surge. Covered in Ash. Hits of Aldkin's Flame Surge slow enemies by 20% and deal an additional 1,500 in Raging Violence. Allies gain 15% critical strike chance against enemies Raging. Covered in Ash. Storm of Fire. Mercenary Iconic. Wave of Flame. Mercenary Iconic. Cooldown, 25 second. Wave. Burning Chaos. Aldkin's Wave of Flame cooldown resets when burning. Raging Havoc. Enemies damaged by Aldkin's Wave of Flame take 15% increased damage over time for 4 seconds. You may only select one talent. Cannot learn. 6. Current Aldkin Rapport Tier 5 Reward. 6. Repeatable Reward. 100 Pale Marks. Legendary Currency. Used to barter in the den. Bartering becomes available upon reaching character level 15 and rank 5 rapport with any mercenary. Bottom action button. Claim reward. This reward is infinitely repeatable. Blat 3. Current Aldkin Rapport rank, X. 22,384/25,000. How to earn rewards. Mercenaries gain rapport whenever your character earns experience. Repeatable reward. 100 pale marks. Legendary currency. Used to barter in the den. Bartering becomes available upon reaching character level 15 and rank 5 rapport with any mercenary. Bottom action button. Claim reward. This reward is infinitely repeatable. Please reconnect the controller of Dysultanthif. Network error. The game connection has been lost. Your client has been disconnected from the server. Bottom action button accept. Items lose durability and become less effective when you revive from death. You can repair your equipment at a blacksmith. Granada. Eternal. 100 and Wib. Granada. Local. Flare jungle. Right trigger. Interact. Left shoulder button. Spirit. Rare node. Zephyr. Hired mercenary. Hired mercenary. Blasphemous fate. Raging. Amplified. Chain of Exhaust. Blasphemous fate. Flame surge. Flame surge. Raging violence. Allies raging wave of flame. Mercenary iconic. Cooldown 25 seconds. Storm of fire. Mercenary iconic. Cooldown 20 seconds. Aldkin rains a firestorm down from the sky. Burning chaos. Aldkin's wave of flame cooldown resets when you cast an ultimate skill. Raging havoc. Enemies damaged by Aldkin's wave of flame take 15% increased damage over time for 4 seconds. You may only Burning chaos. Raging havoc. Enemies, eradication. Enemies killed within Aldkin's firestorm explode for heavy fire damage. You may only select one talent. Not yet learned. Ember's Gift. You restore 33 resource per second while inside Aldkin's firestorm. Wave of Flame. Mercenary Iconic. Cooled. Wait. Storm of Fire. Mercenary Iconic. Cooldown, 20 sec. Wave of Flame. Wave of Flame. Burning Chaos. Burning Chaos. Aldkin's Wave of Flame cooldown resets when you cast. Rage. Blasphemous Fate. 3. Tier 5 reward. Tier 4, Tier 7 Tier 9 reward, Tier 7 reward. Aldkin map, Hired Mercenary, Reinforcement. Active. Variana. Rank X. Reinforcements will emerge during combat and execute their skill at an opportune. Hired Mercenary. Hired Mercenary. Active. Aldkin. Flare Jungle. Right trigger. Raising your world's difficulty level will yield a variety of better rewards, including bonus experience and gold. Pale Hand's Grasp. Barrier, 31%. The Den. Cauterized Cenobite. Sport. Seared Trip. Cauterized Cenobite. Barrier, 27%. Seared Traducer. Vigor, 0%. Variana Reinforcement. Containers. Sucker. The Sunless Hold.
Oh,
Right
I like
trigger.
surprises.
Interact. Angry Slitherer. Vigor, Scorched Vigor. Barrier, 30%. Variana Reinforcement. Nangary Slitherer. Spirit's Rest Clearing. Nangary Cauterized Center. Nangary Slitherer. Barrier, 57. Nangary Slitherer. Barrier, 24%. Cauterized Cenobite. Overgrown. Cauterized Cenobite. Barrier, 59%. Cauterized Cenobite. Vigor, 41%. Glittering or Vein. Baskets. Containers. The Sunless Hold. Vigor, 61%. Traducer. Barrier, 65%. Barrier, 31%. Variana Reinforcement. Aflame. Barrier, 24%. Barrier, 0%. Toon Glaive. Variana Reinforcement. Barrier, 28%. Aldkin. Jars. Aldgin. Baskets. Variant of reinforcement. Baskets. Bigger cauterized center. Barrier. Irritated. Barrier. 31%. Irritated. Right trigger. Mossy stuff. Right trigger. Interact. Baskets. Cauterized Cenobite. Cauterized Cenobite. Mossy stone. Scorched figure. Barrier. 77%. Scorched figure. Scorched figure. Barrier. 19%. Cauterized Cenobite. Baskets. Vigor 0%. Slay number of pots. Baskets. Cauter pots. Variant reinforcement. Barrier 61%. Seared traducer. Barrier 31%. Seared traducer. The sunless hole. Bastion of righteous fury. Cauterized Cenobite. Vigor 20. Cauterized Cenobite. Barrier, scorched vicar. Barrier, 31%. Seared traducer, scorched vicar. Seared traducer. Seared traducer. Aldkin. Seared traducer. Vigor 41%. The sunless hold. Vigor 61%. Hawkins Oasis. Moon Clan Marauder. Moon Clan Shaman. Barrier 98%. Moon Clan Shaman. Barrier 42%. Moon Clan Shaman. Barrier 11%. Moon Clan Shaman. Moon Clan Marauder. Moon Clan Mauler. Vigor 81%. Slice Wall. Barrier 51%. Moon Clan Mauler. Barrier 24%. Pestilent Post. Variant of reinforcement. Slain Sellsword. Right trigger. Interact. Omath's Redoubt. Hawkins Oasis. Vigor 0%. Barrier 25%. Pestilent Host. Aldkin, Aflame. Slice. Slice Wall. Moon Clan Marauder. Scattered Remains. Right trigger. Interact. Vigor 21%. Moon Clan Mauler. Barrier Moon Clan Mauler. Moon Clan Invader. Barrier, 59%. Moon Clan Impaler. Barrier, 31%. Moon Clan Shaman. Moon Clan Marauder. Moon Clan Shaman. Vigor 41%. Moon Clan Marauder. Barrier, Moon Clan Marauder. Barrier, 84%. Slice Death. Barrier, 46%. Priestess Chin. Right trigger. Priestess Chin. Fly Swarm. Fly Swarm. Moon Clan Impaler. Moon Clan Impaler. Aldkin. Vigor 61%. Moon Clan. Moon Clan Marauder. Moon Clan Mauler. Moon Clan Mauler. Moon Clan Mauler.
Always
Flame. Barrier, 19%. Aldkin, a flame. Vigor 81%. Moon Clan Mauler. Barrier reinforcement. Aldkin, Priestess Chin, who are you?
I am no one important. I am simply a conduit for Akarat's light.
Priestess Chin. Right trigger. Interact. What are you doing out here?
Why, sharing the holy words of the Zakarum with true believers, of course.
Priestess Chin. Something feels off about all this.
Shame. You would have made a lovely pet.
Enthralled Pilgrim. Barrier, 90. Barrier, 30%. Boots. Moon Clan Marauder. Moon Clan Marauder. Barrier. Barrier reinforcement. Barrier, 31%. Vigor 21%. Moon Clan Marauder. Moon Clan Marauder. Fly Swarm. Moon Clan Marauder. Barrier, 0%. Moon Clan Marauder. Fly Swarm. Moon Clan Fly Swarm. Swing Village. Face. Right trigger. Interact. Vigor 41%. Moon Clan Marauder. Healing well. Right trigger. Interact. Aldkin. Barrier, 27%. Moon Clan Mirage. Barrier, 59. Moon Clan Shaman. Barrier, 31%. Aldkin. Vigor, 61%. Slain Villager. Bloody Pile. Scattered Remains. Scattered Remains. Tooth and Nail Helm. Left shoulder button. Nahantu. Tenet of a carrot. Bottom action button. Hawazar. Vigor 81%. Vicious. Boneweave Treads of Sky Power. Legendary Boots. 750 Item Power. 562 Armor, plus 9.3% Toughness. Evade grants plus. Carrot, Vicious Wedge. Rare Glaive. 723 Item Power. 487 damage per second, minus 36. 390 to 584 damage per hit. 1.00 attacks per second. Yaks, 14. Vicious Wedge. Spear. Rare Node. Zephyr. Normal Node. Plus 5 Dexterity. Normal Node. Plus 5 Strength. Normal Node. Normal Node. Normal Node. Normal. Plus 5 Intelligence. Magic Node. Magic Node. Magic Node. Magic Node. Magic Node. Magic Node. 2% maximum. Normal Node. Plus 5. Normal Node. Normal Node. Normal Node. Plus. Normal Node. Normal Node. Normal Node. Normal Node. Normal Node. Plus 5 Strength. Bottom action button. Unlock. Left action button. Refund. Normal Node. Plus 5 Intelligence. Normal Node. Plus 5 Strength. Left action button. Refund. Core skills spend resource to deliver powerful attacks. Rake. Rank 4/5. Quill Volley. Rank 3/5. Crushing Hand. Core. Basic. Normal Node. Plus 5. Glyph Socket. Plus 2.3% Mystic Circle Potency. While standing in a Mystic Circle you deal 10% increased damage and take 10% reduced damage. Socketed Glyph. Ritual. Radius size, 3. For every 5 intelligence purchased within range, you gain plus 0.46% increased Mystic Circle Potency. Additional bonus. While standing in a mystic circle, you deal 10% increased damage and take 10% reduced damage. 25/+25 intelligence, purchased in range. Legendary bonus. Increased damage by 5%. Required, legendary upgrade, unlocks at level 45. Bottom action button. Modify. Left action button. Unequip. Glyph socket. Plus 28.4%. Carrot, vicious wedge. Rare glaive. Left shoulder button. Right, codex. Manage clan. Social filter. Social filter. Social filter. Carrot, vicious wedge. Left shoulder button. Social filter. Search for players. Find a part, list a part, activity selections. Activity. Drop down option 1 of 5. Any. Expansion. Drop down option 1 of 3. Any. Label selections. You may only select any. Dungeon, open world exploration, drop down, any. Drop down, checkbox disabled. Checkbox, drop down, any. Base game, drop down, checkbox disabled. Pushing. Checkbox disabled, pushing. Checkbox disabled. Explore, checkbox enabled, checkbox disabled. Checkbox enabled. Checkbox disabled. Farming. Checkbox disabled. Social. Checkbox disabled. Quiet preferred. Playstyle. Checkbox disabled. Checkbox disabled. Checkbox disabled. Checkbox disabled. Checkbox disabled. Checkbox enabled. Checkbox disabled. Checkbox disabled. Quiet preferred. Checkbox enabled. Quiet preferred. Checkbox disabled. Newcomers welcome. Gameplay. Checkbox disabled. Blasting. Checkbox enabled. Farming. Checkbox disabled. In progress. Checkbox enabled. Same class preferred. Social. Checkbox disabled. Social. Checkbox open world playstyle. Checkbox disabled. Checkbox disabled. Gameplay. Checkbox enabled. Same class preferred. Your party is now listed. Social filter. inhaler. Moon plant inhaler. Moon plant shot. Barrier, 60. Barrier, 35%. Scattered remains. Right trigger. Interact. Buried cache. Right trigger. Interact. The Sunless Hold. Soul Burner. Barrier, 56%. Spawn of the game. Barrier, 26%. Cauterized Cenobite. Seared Traducer. Seared Traducer. Seared Traducer. Weathered. Bastion of Righteous Fury. Forged Picker. Barrier. Forged Picker. Barrier, 26%. Aldkin. Seared Barrier, 80. Seared Traducer. Barrier, 17%. Helltide Zealot. Variant of Reinforcement. Nangari Slitherer. Seared Coffee. Nangari Slitherer. Helltide Zealot. Variant of Reinforcement. Vigor 41%. Tortured Souls, Gallowvine. Right trigger, Tortured Souls. Seared Traducer. Seared Traducer. Tortured Souls. Vigor 61%. Tortured Souls. Variant of Reinforcement. Vigor 0%. Exiting the Helltide. You can return at any point while the Helltide is active. One little red sprig. Bring the budding crimson thorn to the middle. One little red sprig. Seared Traducer. Charred Executioner. Vigor 21%. Slain villager. Right trigger. Interact. Barrel. Vent joint. Cauterized Cenobite. Vigor 41%. Cauterized Cenobite. Cauterized Cenobite. Barrier 49%.
Look out!
Survivor. Scorched Victor.
Get them away!
Scorched Victor. Seared Traducer. Seared Traducer. Seared Traducer. Barrel. Barrel. Barrier. Cauterized Cenobite. Cauterized Cenobite. Barrier. Barrier. 27%. Seared Traducer. Seared Traducer. Commander provides split. Barrier. Cauterized Cenobite. Cauterized Cenobite. Barrier. Barrier. 8%. Seared Traducer. Seared Traducer. Seared Traducer. Seared Traducer. Seared Traducer. Seared Traducer. Cauterized Seared Traducer. Seared Traducer. Barrier. 31. Charred Executioner. Barrier. 0%. Seared Traducer. Cauterized. Seared Traducer. Seared Traducer. Seared Traducer. Scorched Victor. Cauterized Cenobite. Barrier. 40%. Seared Traducer. Barrier. For greater radiant
smile
chest.
upon you.
Right trigger. Barrier. 8%. Sturdy tunic. Sturdy tunic. Sturdy. Barrier reinforcement. Big Seared Traducer. Barrier, 38%. Scorched Vicar. Seared Traducer. Charred Executioner. Subs joined the party, 2/4. Your hired mercenary is on standby and will return when... Cauterized Cenobite. Cauterized Cenobite. Cauterized Cenobite. Rysla 60, 282. To traverse. Cauterized Cenobite. Vigor 0%. Cauterized Cenobite. Pilgrim's Vista. Saram Trails. Lysla 60. Right analog. Dueling Rivers. Right analog stick. Moon, Nangari Slithery. Vigor 21%. Lysla 60, 282. Lysla 60, 282. Right, Moon Clan Shaman. Moon Clan Shaman. Weathered Bridges. Weathered Bridge, Vigor 41%. Nangari Slitherer. Nangari Brother. Nangari Light Caller. Lysla. Nangari Slitherer. Vigor 61%. Lysla 60, 282. Right analog stick. To climb up, right analog stick. To climb down. Variant of Lysla 60, 282. Jars. Jar. Horned Rhinoceros. Gore Dancer. Vigor 81%. Slain Miner. Jars. Right shoulder button. Hazar. Gordancer. Order staff. Lysla 60, 282. Lysla 60, 282. Lysla 60, 282. Gordancer. Conjure. Jars. Slain Walk. Gordancer. Vigor 0%. Gordancer. Lysla 60, 282. Stalker. Lysla 60, 282. Lysla 60, 282. Terrifying. Stalker. Event joined. Terrifying. Leather basket. Gordancer. Variant. Gordancer. Vigor 21%. Gordancer. Lysla. Gordancer. Barrier 72. Gordancer. Barrier 23%. Gordancer. Gordancer. Barrier 68. Gordancer. Barrier 31%. Event complete. Terrifying Hunt. 31,900. Lysla 60, 282. Lysla 60, 282. Vigor 41%. Jars. Bloodstained Heights. Lysla 60, right. Right shoulder, taunt.
You invite the wrath of not one, but thousands.
Cheel 92 joined the party. 3. Gordancer. Gordancer. Vigor 61%. Gordancer. Conjurer. Arabic CI 60, 127. Gordancer. Horned Rhinoceros. Variant Reinforcement. Barrier 65. Arabic CI 60, 127. Barrier. Gordancer. Barrier 0%. Arabic CI 60, 100 and Gordancer. Barrier. Vigor 81%. Amulet. Arabic CI60. Arabic Wrathful Alphonsus. Variant Reinforced. Wrathful Phantom. Stalker. Arabic CI60. 127. Lord Answer. Lord Answer. Great. Lord Great. Great. Vigor 0%. Conjurer. Wrathful Phantom. Wrathful Phantom. Variant Reinforcement. Wrathful Phantom. Vigor 21%. Wrathful Phantom. Wrathful Phantom. Striders 2. Self-Lord Answer. Vigor 41%. Lord Answer. Wrathful Phantom. Wrathful Phantom. Barrier 55%. Wrathful Phantom. Wrathful Phantom. Barrier 40%. Wrathful Phantom. Barrier 0%. Coven's Rhyme. Life 67%. Coven's Rhyment. Aramik CI60, 127. Lord Answer. Life 100%. Stalker. Vigor 61%. Lord Answer. Conjurer. 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 Barrier 61%. Conjurer. Barrier 35%. Conjurer. Variant Reinforcement. Conjurer. 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 Vigor 0%. Variant Reinforcement. Conjurer. Variant Reinforcement. Conjurer. Variant Reinforcement. Conjurer. 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 reinforcement. Conjure, slain miner. Right trigger. Interact. Gore dancer. Taxi swaps joined the party. 3 vigor 21%. Variant reinforcement. Conjurer. Variant reinforcement. Conjurer. Driver joined the party. 4/4. Variant reinforcement. Conjurer. Gore dancer. Barrier, 12%. Conjurer. Variant reinforcement. Conjurer. Vigor 41%. Variant reinforcement. Conjurer. Gore dancer. Barrier 48%. Variant reinforcement. Slain Gore dancer. Slain miner. Conjurer. Barrier 22%. Bottom action button accept. Nightmare dungeon activated. Forbidden city. Slain miner. Your hired mercenary is on standby and will return when vigor 61%. Your hired kick jars. Gore dancer. Jars. Gore dancer. Barrier 54%. Gore dancer. Barrier 24%. Jars. Variant reinforcement. Vigor 81%. Wrathful fan raid. Raid. Barrier 13%. Raid. Barrier 0%. Raid. Barrier, 28%. Wanderer. Raid. Conjurer. More dancer. Barrier, 53. Conjurer. Barrier, 18%. Stalker. Raid. Raid. More dancer. Vigor, 0%. Barrier, more dancer. Barrier, 34%. Right trigger. Interact. Gorefiend. Gorefiend. Vigor 21%. Kick. Barrier, 0%. Right trigger. Interact.
I only lived because I ran and hid. Can't say I regret it now. Came back to find this place a hellhole. In case you need a spot for lying low, I hold up in some old ruins, southeast of here.
Unye. Right trigger. Interact. Right shoulder button. Hazar. Directional pad right. Search in party finder. Waypoint. Weejin Hani. Services. Stash. Heal. Weapons. Rings and amulets. Blacksmith. Alchemist. Bottom action button. Trap waypoint. Weejin Hani. Services. Stash. Heal. Weapons. Rings and amulets. Blacksmith. Alchemist. Bottom action button. Travel. Top action button. Favorite. Your hired mercenary is on standby and will return when The fallow tillage. Barrier, 28%. Bloodletter. Outlet, bloodletter. Barrier, 1 outlaw. Barrier, 42% outlaw. Barrier, not vigor 41%. Lysla, sub. Bloodletter. Bloodletter. Barrier, 77%. Bloodletter. Barrier. Bloodletter. Barrier, 15. Barrier, 30%. Bloodletter. Barrier. Bloodletter. Bloodletter. Barrier, 0%. Bloodletter. Vigor 61%. Barrier, 28%. Outlaw. Outlaw. Barrier, 53%. Outlaw. Barrier, 0%. Vigor 81%. Barrier, 28%. Vigor 0%. Basket. Vigor 21%. Barrier 58%. Ward. Barrier 31%. Faith's Edge. Ward. Cliffler, Blighthand. Barrier, 58%. Plague Bearer. Barrier, 26%. Cliff Lurker. Varian Reinforcement. Slain Sailor. Right Trigger. Interact. Spike Fiend. Barrier, 98%. Spike Fiend. Spike Fiend. Barrier, 48%. Spike Fiend. Barrier, 4%. Spike Fiend. Barrier, 31%. Fly Swarm. Fly Swarm. Fly Swarm. Spike Fiend. Varian Reinforcement. Vigor 81%. Fly Swarm. Barrier 58%. Fly Swarm. Barrier 25%. Bottom action. Blind Burrows. Flood Testing. Your hired mercenary will stand by and will return later. Barrier 78%. Fly Swarm. Fly Swarm. Barrier 8%. Fly Swarm. Vigor 0%. Inquisitor. Barrier 31%. Abuse. Variant reinforcement. Coven's Cowl. Vigor 21%. Coven's Vigor 41%. Variant reinforcement. Slain Crusader. Fly Swarm. Fly Swarm. Barrier 60%. Fly Swarm. Barrier 28%. Fly Swarm. Variant reinforcement. Fly Swarm. Vigor 61%. Fly Swarm. Fly Swarm. Fly Swarm. Barrier 70. Fly Swarm. Barrier 59%. Barrier 31%. Fly Swarm. Barrier. Fly Swarm. Barrier 60. Barrier 29%. Fly Swarm. Right trigger. Interact. Adherent. Vigor 81%. Adherent. Barrier 57. Variant reinforcement. Barrier 30%. Variant reinforcement. War. Barrier, 67%. Greed Shrine. Right trigger. Barrier, 30%. Pots. Right analog stick. To climb, right analog stick. Blind, Blight Inquisitor. Vigor 0%. Blight Shade. Right trigger. Interact. Night Penitent. Night Penitent. Night Penitent. Diseased Embankment. Right trigger. Interact. Right trigger. Interact. Barrier. Barrier. Rotting corpse tree. Barrier. 26%. Putrid remains. Vigor 21%. To climb down. Right analog stick. To climb up. To jump. Right analog stick. Event joined. Waves of darkness. Slay the enemies. Waves of darkness. Slay skeleton corpse axe. Slay as many enemy waves as you can before time runs out. Vigor 41%. Skeleton. Skeleton archer. Barrier 60. Skeleton. Barrier 31%. Skeleton corpse axe. Barrier 61%. Library sub. Initiated debate. Barrier 31%. Skeleton corpse axe. Bottom action button. Skeleton. Barrier 56%. Skeleton captain. Barrier 26%. Barrier skeleton. Skeleton. Barrier 61. Skeleton captain. Barrier 31%. Skeleton. Skeleton corpse captain. Skeleton corpse captain. Skeleton captain. Skeleton captain. Barrier marine. Skeleton corpse captain. Barrier. Skeleton captain. Barrier 31%. Skeleton corpse axe. Skeleton. Skeleton corpse captain. Skeleton. Barrier 57. Skeleton corpse axe. Barrier 23%. Skeleton archer. Skeleton captain. Skeleton. Waves of darkness. 31,990 XP. Greater Radiant, your hired mercenary. Lysla, subs, initiated a vote. Vote, ring. Bottom action button. Your hired mercenary, Polier. Nightmare Dungeon activated. Comder Temple. Select the Nightmare Dungeon map. Your hired mercenary is on standby and will return when Vigor 61%. Toxic, Arachnivore, Brown Bear. Brown Bear. Arachnid horror. Toxic lurk. Arachnid horror. Rotting corpse tube. Spawns. Rotting corpse tube. Stacks moss a plague creeper. Rotting corpse tube. Rotting corpse tube. Rotting corpse tube. Waves of darkness. Barrier. Barrier, 17%. Loose stone. Skeleton archer. Vigor 81%. Full skeleton foliage. Slay as many enemy waves as you can. Skeleton cabinet. Skeleton. Skeleton. Waves of dark, flawless boots. Highland hand wrap, carrot, vicious wedge. Raider's chain. Legendary amulet. 750 item power. Raider's chain. Legendary adventurer's pants of the crowded sage. Legendary pants. Lurk, duelist's adventurer's tunic, vigor, efficient, rebounding feathered poliarm. Legendary poliarm. 750 item power. 523 damage per second. Exceptional boots of haste. Legendary insatiable ascendant quarterstaff. Awful bone weave treads of slaughter. Legendary boots. 700 and off insatiable loath make bone weave treads of sky power. Legendary wardrobe. Torso, neck, ring. Equipped. War Council Band of Wild Claws. Legendary ring. 725 item power. 100 all resist. Legs, feet, two-handed. Equipped. Rod of Kapalik. Unique quarterstaff. 750 item power. Legacy item. Masterwork, 4/8. 523 damage per second. 3 feet, ring. Equipped. War Council Band of Wild Claws. Legendary ring. 725 item power. 100 all resist. Plus 100 and bone. Duelist's adventurers. Lurk. Adventurer's pants of the crowded. Lurk. Rebounding. Exceptional boots of haste. Insatiable ascendant core. Rare and legendary items can be tempered to gain custom affixes from temper manuals. Decal. Barrier, 0%. Lights wane. Right trigger. Interact. Teleport to Lysla. Location, Hall of Terror. Right trigger. Travel. Suit counter. Right trigger. Interact. Charshial. Right trigger. Interact. Jizrika. Kansuk. Jizrika. Right trigger. Interact. Misra.
Don't die.
Occultist.
Hand it over.
Misra. Imprint aspect. Focused. Bone. Two-hand. Equipped. War Council. Codex of Accelerate. Aspect of elemental. Aspect of falling feathers. Moving with a mobile. Aspect of fleet wings. Aspect of inevitable fate. Aspect of fleet wings. Aspect of infestation. Aspect of intercom. Aspect of pest. Aspect of planes power. Aspect of potent aspect of recall. Aspect of recalling feathers. Rank 15/21. Casting a focus skill recalls all nearby storm feathers, dealing 975 574 to 1148 lightning. Your hired mercenary is on standby and will return when you leave the party. Codex of Power. Accelerate. Aspect of falling feather. Aspect of endless aspect of fleet. Aspect of inevitable fate. Aspect of infestation. Aspect of intercom. Aspect of pestilence. Aspect of plane. Aspect of potent. Aspect of recalling feathers. Rank 15/21. Casting a focus skill recalls all nearby storm feathers, dealing 975 574 to 1148 lightning damage to enemies along. Aspect of redirected force. Aspect of recalling feathers. Rank 15/21. Casting a focus skill recalls all nearby storm feathers, dealing 975 574 to 1148 lightning damage to enemies along their way. If there are no nearby storm feathers, the cast instead spawns 10 randomly around you. Salvage a legendary item with aspect of recalling feathers of higher roll to upgrade. Aspect of redirected force. Rank 15/21. Gain increase. Aspect of retribution. Aspect of blood boil. Bristleback. Conceited edgemasters exploiters fell soothsay. Insatiable needle flare aspect. Rapid aspect. Reaper's rebounding aspect. Reaper's aspect. Rank 16/21. Rebounding aspect. Rank 15/20. Rebounding aspect. Material attention. Material cost. 5. Material cost. Imprint aspect. 0 gold. Teleport to Lysla. Teleport to Robin Hood. Teleport to Maseu. Geekol. Teleport to Maseu. Location, Ked Bardu. Travel. Ferocity is a powerful buff for the Spiritborn, increasing attack speed by 5% per stack. Ferocity can stack up to 4 times and each stack lasts for 4 seconds. Ked Bardu. Carrot, Vicious Wedge, Focused, Bone, Wardrobe, Torso, Neck, Ring. Equipped. Rebounding War Council Band. Legendary Ring. 725 item power. 100 all resist. Wayward Plains. Nangari Slitherer. Vigor 20. Nangari Slitherer. Barrier. Short Varian Reinforcement. Barrier 18%. Stone Cat. Stone Slicing. Nangari Slitherer. Varian Reinforcement. Weapon Rack. Vase. Vigor 41%. Marauder. Marauder. Barrier 51%. Nangari Marauder. Varian Arsonist. Arsonist. Marauder. Varian Reinforcement. Arid Tunnel. Right trick. Lysla, subs, initiated a vote. Vote to start Sleepless Hollow Nightmare Dungeon. Checkbox enabled. Checkbox enabled. Checkbox enabled. 848,900. Vigor 61%. Vigor 81%. Wayward Soul. Slay the enemies. Wayward Soul. Slay the enemies. Wayward Soul. Slay the enemies. Varian Reinforcement. Event joined.
Someone there?
Wayward Soul. Slay the enemies. Vigor 0%. Blood Hawk. Varian Reinforcement. Wayward Soul.
Dark all around.
Right trigger.
Where did
Interact.
Mother go?
Mastery.
I don't
Find their
want
loved
to be
one before
alone.
time runs out. Escort the wayward soul to their loved one. Mastery. Find their loved one before time runs out. Horror Archer. Horror Captain. Barrier. 76. Horror Captain. Horror Archer. Barrier. 36. Razor's 5. Barrier. 42. Plains Hornet. Barrier.
Where are you?
17%. Plains Hornet. Plains Hornet. Plains Hornet. Plains Hornet. Plains Hornet. Vigor 21%. Canyon Adder. Canyon Amulet. Canyon Adder. Barrier. Canyon Adder. Horror Captain. Barrier. 53%. Horror Pirated. Horror Corpse Bat. Horror. Barrier. 51. Horror Captain. Barrier. 54%. Auger Execution. Barrier. 30%. Razor's Spot. Barrier. 0%. Arsonist. Marauder. Razor Spot. Barrier. Canyon Adder. Barrier. 33%. Event complete. 31 Poliarm, ring. Vigor 41%. Stack saves tier 30. Mangery Slither. Varian a reinforced vase. Right trigger. Interact. Stack saves tier 31. 168. Barrier 0%. Lysla 60, 282. Razor's face. Right trigger. Interact. Bastard's pass. Stack saves tier 31, 168. Wayfarer's Folly. Stack saves tier 30. Lost Pack. Right trigger. Interact. Vigor 61%. Varian a reinforcement. Horror Corpse Act. Barrier 2%. Jars. Barrier 29%. Horror Corpse Act. Horror Captain. Vigor 81%. File 1. File overseer. File 1. Horror Captain. Horror Captain. Stack saves right main wall. Horror Captain. Barrier 100 Marauder. Barrier 26%. Vial 1. Lysla 60, 282. Jars. Path of Stray Souls. The Crown of Fiends. Stack saves tier 31, 168. Vigor 0%. Vile Overseer. Cull the Wicked. Enter Crucible of Cinder. Crucible of Cinder. Rubble. Vile Unit. Rubble. Vile 1. Vile 1. Vile 1. Vile Overseer. Barrier 4%. Vile 1. Barrier 2%. Vile 1. Barrier 17%. Stack save tier 32, 168. Slay all enemies in the Crucible. Rebel. Slain Villager. Barrier. Vigor 100%. Vile 1. Barrier 27%. Varian a reinforcement. Vile Overseer. Event complete. Cull the Wicked. 31. The Skull High. Vile Luna. Vile Shaman. Skull High. Stone Cache. Vile Shaman. Vile 1. Vile 1. Vile 1. Vigor 21%. Vile 1. Stacks, Lysla 60, 280, Hapless Frontier. Vile 1. Stack Sager 32, 168. Vigor 41%. Lyslas, Stack Sager 30. Vile Lunar. Varian a reinforcement. Right trigger. Interact. File 1. Skull pile. File shot. Save tier 32. 106. Stack save tier 32. 168. Vigor 61%. Event joined. Ancient Siphon. Marauder. Barrier. 99. Slicer. Barrier. 18%. Slicer. Barrier. 46%. Marauder. Slicer. Marauder. File 1. Marauder. Barrier, 1%. Marauder. Barrier, 31%. Torture. Barrier, 71. Blood maker. Marauder. Barrier, 59. Blood maker. Event complete. Ancient Sight. 31,900. Vigor 81%. Barrier reinforcement. Barrier reinforcement. Barrier reinforcement. Barrier reinforcement. Boots. Onyx glaive. Barrier reinforcement. Barrier reinforcement. Barrier reinforcement. Barrier reinforcement. Barrier, 0%. Slain villager. Right, file 1. File 1. Path of Stray Souls. Horror. File 1. Right trigger. Interact. Horror captain. Right. Skeleton corpse axe. Play the channel to disrupt the light. Barrier, horror captain. Barrier, 39%. Barrier, 34%. Horror captain. Horror. Barrier, 31%. Horror. Barrier, 77%. Horror. Barrier, 41%. Horror. Barrier, 0%. Are not shocking. Barrier, 70%. Horror. Barrier, 18%. Horror. Horror. Barrier, horror. 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 Barrier, 26%. Horror captain. Barrier, 51%. Horror. Barrier, 20. Barrier reinforcement. Event complete. Rites of Ascension. Vigor 0%. Heavy gloves. Barrier, 28%. Dungeon complete. Path of the Block Ring. Jars. Carrying a reinforcement. Vigor 21%. The anemic fall. Right analog stick. Right analog stick. To jump. One little red sprig. Bring the budding crimson thorn to Demut. Cast. Right trigger. Interact. Vigor 41%. Right trigger. Interact. Vigor 61%. Your hired mercenary is on standby and will return when taxi swaps joined the party. 4-4. RRH Recluse 53. Vigor 81%. Right shoulder button. Right shoulder button. Taunt.
You invite the wrath of not one, but thousands.
Frostbite trails. RRH Recluse 53. Arachnid Horse. Silcox Bolt Crawler. Barrier. 7. Arachnid Horse. Barrier. Barrier. 0%. Arachnid Horse. RRH Recluse 53. Barrier reinforcement. Barrier 28%. Arachnid Horror. RRH Recluse 53. Barrier reinforcement. Plague 3. Barrier 50. Silcox Bolt Crawler. Barrier 0%. The Sallow Riverbanks. Barrier 28%. Ice Clan Mauler. Vigor 0%. Ice Clan Shaman. Ice Clan Mirage. Ice Clan Spider. Frostbite Trails. Great. Wrathful Phantom. Barrier, 59%. Great. Barrier reinforcement. Barrier, 31%. Wrathful Phantom. Waves of Darkness. Slay the enemies. Waves of Darkness. Slay the enemies. Slay the enemies. Waves of Darkness. Slay as many enemy waves as you can get. Roast Wing. Barrier reinforcement. Arctic Bear. Barrier, 64%. Barrier, 76%. Barrier, Arctic Bear. Barrier, Barrier, 55%. European Spark Touch. Barrier reinforcement. European Spark Touch. Barrier, Walk Forward. Barrier, Thwart. Barrier, 0%. Good rate. Barrier, 38%. Good rate. Barrier reinforcement. Arctic Bear. Barrier, 17%. Arctic Bear. Barrier, 45%. Roast Wing. Roast Wing. Roast Wing. Scorched Stinger. Barrier Full Red. Barrier 20. Arctic Bear. Barrier 52%. Arctic Bear. Barrier 22%. Arctic Roast Wing. Roast Wing. Roast Wing. Barrier 38%. Barrier 11%. Event complete. Vigor 64%. Ring. Sword Staff. RRH Recluse 53. Melnix Hill. Vigor 84%. Wrathful Phantom. Wrathful Phantom. Barrier, Wrathful Phantom. Barrier, 90, Wrathful Phantom. Barrier, 0%. Your hired mercenary is on standby and will return when you... Life 89%. Life 100%. Variant reinforcement. Barrier, 27%. Western Ways. Bring the budding crimson thorn to Dimut. One little red sprig. Bring the budding crimson thorn to Dimut. Wrathful Phantom. Wrathful Phantom. Vigor 0. Wrathful Phantom. Barrier 58%. Perfect Lock. Variant Reinforcement. Barrier 25%. Wrath Raid. Wrath Raid. Variant Reinforcement. Vigor 21%. Vigor 41%. Ice Clan Marauder. Ice Clan Marauder. Ice Clan Marauder. Vigor 61%. Ice Clan Shaman. Variant Reinforcement. Ice Clan Mauler. Ice Clan Mauler. Ice Clan Mauler. Ice Clan Mauler. Barrier 50. Barrier 25%. Ice Clan Shaman. Vigor 81%. Right trigger. Interact. Ice Clan Marauder. Vigor 0%. Ice Clan Marauder. Ice Clan Marauder. Ice Clan Shaman. Arctic Bear. Arctic Bear. Barrier 24%. Ice Clan Mauler. Vigor 21%. Thrust Wing. Barrier. Thrust Wing. Barrier 99. Thrust Wing. Barrier 24%. Thrust Wing. Vigor 41%. Brisness Slauskin. Ice Clan Marauder.
The daughter of hatred
Brisness Slauskin.
demands blood.
Brisness Slauskin. Ice Clan Marauder. Ice Clan Marauder. Barrier 7. Ice Clan Marauder. Barrier 46. Ice Clan Marauder. Barrier 14%. Ice Clan Marauder. Barrier, 50. Ice Clan Marauder. Ice Clan Marauder. Barrier, 37%. Ice Clan Mauler. Ice Clan Marauder. Vigor, 0%. Ice Clan Mauler. Ice Clan Mauler. Ice Clan Mauler. Barrier, 30. Ice Clan Marauder. Barrier, 0%. Ice Clan Taylor. Ice Clan Mauler. Barrier, 31%. Ice Clan Mauler. Barrier, 29. Ice Clan Taylor. Barrier, 56%. Ice Clan Marauder. Vigor, Ice Clan Mauler. Barrier, 21%. Ice Clan Marauder. Ice Clan Mauler. Vigor 80%. Defense. Greater Radiant Chest. Right trigger. Barrier, 4%. Ring. Strider's Crown. Barrier, 31%. Ice Clan Marauder. Strider's Crown. Barrier, 62%. Strider's Crown. Barrier, 4%. Ice Clan Marauder. Life 90%. Life 77%. World boss spawning soon in Ice Clan Combo. Life 100%. Strider's Crown. Barrier, 28%. Character. Left right shoulder button. Vicious Wedge. Raiders chain. Advent. Vehement Halo of Exhilaration. Legend. Craven accept. Vehement Halo of Exhilaration. Legendary Ring. 750 item power. 104 all resist. Plus 1.3% toughness. Plus 92 dexterity. Plus 250 maximum life. Plus 349 poison resistance. 5.2% resource cost reduction. Craven exceptional boots. Legendary boots. 750 item power. 562 armor, plus 0% toughness. Plus 2 maximum evade charges. Plus 92 dexterity. Plus 324 shadow resistance. 5% dodge chance. Plus 3 to soar. You gain 31% increased movement speed when moving away from slowed or chilled enemies. Requires level 60. Vessel of Hatred item. Sell value, 15,048 gold. Aldkin.
It's good to belong somewhere.
Ring. Vigor 100%. Slain villager. Right trigger. Interact. Vigor 0%. Your hired mercenary is on standby and will return when Thagoat369 joined the party. Ice Clan engaged. Ice Clan battle. Ice Clan shaman. Carry in a reinforcement. Ice Clan shaman. Barrier, 0%. Barrier, 28%. Objectseraclostheneyapro 63. Event joined. Settling the score. Hunt the beasts. Settling the score. Hunt the beasts. Settling the score. Hunt the beasts. Wood range. Wood range. Giant bat. First Arctic bear. First Arctic bear. Carrying a mean. First Arctic bear. Barrier. 53%. Barrier. Arctic bear. Barrier. First Arctic bear. Arctic bear. Barrier. First wind. Barrier. 8%. First wind. Barrier. 60. Within thunder dancer. First wind. First wing. Barrier, 88%.
One yet.
Barrier, 59%. First wing. Barrier, first wing. Event wing. Barrier, 62%. First wing. Barrier, 14%. Chlorad. Scorched stinger. Arctic, first wing.
That one was
Barrier,
going to be mine.
41%. Arctic bear. First wing. First wing. First wing. Event complete. Settling the score. 31,990. Slay remaining
Leave this
beasts.
place better than we found it.
Right shoulder button. Right shoulder button. Middle. Bottom action button. Confirm top action. Sorry.
I apologize.
Lapis Ward. Objectseraclostheneyapro 64. Vigor 68%. Objectseraclostheneyapro 60. Torturous Adventurer's Boots. Ice Clan Marauder. Torturous Lurking to Ice Clan Arctic Bear. Varian a reinforcement. Carrot, Vicious, Raider, Ami. Torturous Adventurer's Boots. Legendary Boots. 750 item power. 562 armor, plus 14.5% toughness. Attacks reduce evades cooldown by 1.2 seconds. Plus 255 maximum life. Plus 286 life per 5 seconds. Plus 244 armor. Plus 348 lightning resistance. Iron Maiden is now also a darkness skill and deals shadow damage. Enemies have a 13% chance to be stunned for 1 second when they take damage from Iron Maiden. Necromancer only. Requires level 60. Upgrades and torturous adventurers please. Torturous Arctic bear. Torturous Archon Greaves of Sky Power. Archon Greaves of Sky Power. Archon Greaves of Sky Power. Barrier 3%. Arctic bear. Varian Arena Flawless Diamond. Barrier 30%. Lapis Ward. Basic. Aldgin, a flame. Aldgin. Vigor 88%. Ice Clan Marauder. Barrier 60%. Ice Clan Marauder. Barrier 30%. Ice Clan Marauder. Ice Clan Shaman. Or vein. Right trigger. Interact. Vigor 21%. Chest. Slain militia. Right trigger. Ice Clan Marauder. Ice Clan Shaman. Ice Clan Shaman. Barrier 70%. Barrier 30%. Ice Clan Marauder. Vigor 64%. Ice Clan Impaler. Ice Clan Shaman. Ice Clan Impaler. Ice Clan Shaman. Varian Reinforcement. Vigor 84%. Ice Clan Impaler. Vigor 0%. Ice Clan Impaler. Varian Reinforcement. Vigor 21%. Vigor 41%. Ice Clan Mauler. Ice Clan Marauder. Variant reinforcement. Variant reinforcement. Aldkin. Variant reinforcement. Variant reinforcement. Sir William joined the party. 2-4. Your hired mercenary is on standby and will return when... Barrier, 57%. Butter sorts ear will 60, 62. Barrier, 28%. First wing. Insatiable hunger. Slay the possessed enemy before it is sacrificed to the devourer of souls. Insatiable hunger. Slay the possessed enemy before it is sacrificed to the devourer of souls. Ice Clan Mirage. Ice Clan Mirage. Other sorts here will 60, 62. Barrier, 58%. Variant reinforcement. Ice Clan Marauder. Ice Clan Marauder. Barrier, 33%. Ice Clan Marauder. Vigor, 92%. Ice Clan Shock. Ice Clan Marauder. Barrier, 6. Ice Clan Marauder. Barrier, 11%. Ice Clan Mauler. Barrier, 11%. Ice Clan Mauler. Barrier, 37%. Ice Clan Marauder. Barrier, 31%. Ice Clan Shock. Ice Clan Shock. Barrier, 0%. Ice Clan Marauder. Barrier, 30%. Ice Clan Marauder. Ice Clan Marauder. Butter Sword. Vengeful. Insatiable Hunger. Faith Ring. Sand-worn Hand Wraps. Ring. Sand-worn Hand Wrap. Ring. Sand-worn Wanderer's Boot. Sand-worn Wanderer's Boot. Sand-worn Wanderer's Boot. Sand-worn Hand Gloves. Ring. Ring. Wanderer's Gloves. Ring. Left Vicious Wedge. Rare Glade. Focus. Bone Advent. Wound Drinker. Unique Ring. 750 item power. 104 all resist. Minus 9.7% toughness. Plus 250 armor. Plus 244 thorns. Plus 100.0% damage to poisoned enemies. Plus 3 to toxic skin. Every time you deal thorns damage, you undie. Head. Slot Transmog, on. Equipped. Sovereign Helm of Reactive Armor. Legendary Helm. 736 item power. Head. Slot Transmog, on. Equipped. Sovereign Helm of Reactive Armor. Legendary Helm. 736 item power. 1104 armor. Glove. Gloves. Gloves. Focused Gauntlets. Focused Gauntlet. Archon Gauntlets of Fleet Wings. Legendary Gloves. 750 item power. 562 armor, minus 12.9% toughness. Plus 9.0% attack speed. Plus 6.5% critical strike chance. 6.4% resource cost reduction. 8.8% cooldown reduction. Razor Wings is now also an incarnate skill with passive, you are unhindered. Active, you gain 4.1% increased Doom Gauntlets of Focused Variant Reinforcement. Vigor 21%. Vigor 41%. Vicious Wet, Doom Profile, Wardrobe, Torso. Slot Transmog, on. Head. Slot Torso, Hands. Slot Transmog, on. Equipped. Archon Gauntlets of Fleet Wings. Legendary Gloves. 750 item power. 562 armor. Plus 9.0% attack speed. Plus 6.5% critical strike chance. 6.4% resource cost reduction. 8.8% cooldown reduction. Subs joined the party, 3/4. Ice Clan Marauder. Ice Clan Marauder. Arctic Bear. Barrier. Lysla 60, 282. Barrier, 44%. Lysla 60, 282.
I
Mike,
found a
deckhand,
promising motive.
deckhand.
Man could use some help, Mike.
Varying the reinforcement. Deckhand. 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 Tidewalker. Tidewalker. Deckhand. 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 Tidewalker. Deckhand. Strider's crown. Deck. Basic. Basic. LP Grog Thruster. Tidewalker. Deck. Deckhand. Vigor 61%. Deckhand. Deckhand. Variant or reinforcement. Deckhand. Tidewalker. Deckhand. Deckhand. Vigor 81%. Tidewalker. Variant or reinforcement. Tidewalker. Deckhand. Vigor 0%. Deckhand. Deckhand. Tidewalker. Deckhand. 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 Tidewalker. Deckhand. 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 Vigor 46%. Deckhand. Barrier 2%. Deckhand.
Just another job.
Mining for Wolfram. 31,990. Slay the remaining monsters. Barrier 44%. Lysla 60, 200. Carrot, Vicious Wedge. Doom Gauntlets of Combined Strikes. Legendary Spirit. Hired Mercenary. Normal node. +5 strength. Left action core skills spend resource to deliver powerful attacks. SAR. Focus skills concentrate your SAR. Focus. Toxic skin. Focus skills concentrate your Razor wings. Potency. Eagle. Incarnate. Charges, 3. Charge cooldown, 9.12 seconds. Whirl out a cluster of razor sharp. Touch of death. Rank 2/5. Potency. Basic. Core. Centipede. Eagle. Vigor. The Seeker. Rank 2/5. Quillva. Enhanced. Razor wings. Brilliance. SAR. Measured. Enhanced. SAR. Focus skills. Potency skill. Razor wings. Enhanced razor wings. Razor wings makes enemies vulnerable for 5 seconds when hitting with a critical strike or from behind. Not yet learned. Bottom action button. Learn. Left action button. Refund. Vulnerable enemies take 20% increased damage. Poised razor wings. Razor wings has a 10% chance to regain a charge when hitting an enemy. Double this chance if you have an active barrier. You may only select one upgrade. Not yet learned. Barriers absorb damage from all sources up to a specified amount. Aldkin. Invasive razor wings. Razor wings last 300% longer and spiral outwards. You may only select one upgrade. Invasive razor wing. Razor. Poised razor. Enhance. Razor. Brilliance. Rank 1/3. Acceleration. Gain 1 additional evade charge. After you evade or use a mobility skill, your eagle skills deal 8% increased damage for 3 seconds. Not acceleration. Ice Clan Marauder. Ice Clan Marauder. First wing. Ice Clan Marauder. Ice Clan Marauder. Barrier. Ice Clan Mauler.
Can't always control
Barrier, 22%. Normal node. Potency skills annihilate enemies with check rock split, quill volley. Rank 3/5. Core, Sar. Razor wings. Razor wings. Rank 2/5. Potency. Eagle. Incarnate. Charges, 3. Charge cooldown, 9.12 seconds. Whirl out a cluster. Razor wings. Rake. Touch of death. Rank 2/5. Touch of death. Razor wing. Razor. Touch of death. Razor wings. Concussive. Razor wings. Razor wing. Touch of. Razor wings. Rank 2/5. Potency. Eagle. Incarnate. Charges, 3. Charge cooldown, 9.12 seconds. Whirl out a razor wing. Ability. Varian a reinforcement. Carrot, vicious wed, spear. Normal node. Hired mercenary. Normal node. Potent. Razor. Invasive poised razor wings. Poised razor wings. Enhance. Razor wings. Carrot, vicious wedge. Doom. Two-handed, feet, leg, hands. Slot transmog, on. Equipped. Archon gauntlets of fleet wings. Legendary gloves. 750 item power. 562 Basic. Ice plant, flawless diamond. Vigor 67%. Flawless. Door speed. Script. Basic glaive. Boots. Strider's crown. Boots. Carrot. Vicious. Profile. Wardrobe. Torso. Hands. Slot transmog. On. Equipped. Archon gauntlets of fleet wings. Legendary gloves. 750 item power. 562 armor. Plus 9.0% attack speed. Plus 6.5% critical strike chance. 6.4% resource cost reduction. 8.8% cooldown reduction. Razor Wings is now also an incarnate skill with passive, you are unhindered. Active, you gain 4.1% increased potency skill damage per active Razor Wing. Requires level 60. Vessel of Hatred item. Sell value, 17,198 gold. Durability, 100/100. Tempers, 3/3. Right analog stick down. Scroll down. Bottom action button. Hide transmog. Left action button. Mark as favorite. Left action button. Hold. Unequip. Unhindered characters can move through enemies and their movement speed cannot be reduced. Vigor 87%. Carrot, Vicious Wet, Spirit Hall. Available points. 1. 198,696,000 rare glyph. Rare glyph. Right shoulder button. Left, Vicious Wet, profile. Torso, hands. Slot transmog, on. Equipped. Archon gauntlets of fleet wings. Legendary gloves. 750 item power. 562 armor. Plus 9.0% attack speed. Plus 6.5% critical strike chance. 6.4% resource cost reduction. 8.8% cooldown, feet. Slot trans, legs. Slot transmog, on. Two-handed. Equipped. Rod of Kapalik. Unique quarterstaff, feet. Head. Slot transmog, on. Torso. Slot transmog, on. Hands. Slot transmog, on. Equip, legs. Slot transmog, on. Equipped. Protection of the Prime. Unique pants. 750 item power. Legacy item. 1406 armor. Plus 266 maximum life. Plus 229.0% damage for 4 seconds after dodging an attack. 15% damage reduction while standing still. Plus 2 to defensive skills. While moving, you gain 26% dodge chance. After standing still for 2 seconds. Carrot, Wound Drinker. Unique ring. 750 item power. 104 all resist, minus 11.2% toughness. Plus 250 armor. Plus 240 Adventurer's Tunic of Legendary, Wart, Head, Neck. Equipped. Lion's Eye of Metamorphosis. Legendary Amulet. 724 item power. 134 all resist, torso. Slot, legs, feet, two-handed. Equipped. Rod of Kapalik. Feet. Legs. Slot transmog, on. Equipped. Protection of the Prime. Unique pants. 750 item power. Legacy item. 1406 armor. Plus 266 maximum life. Plus 229.0% damage for 4 seconds after dodging an attack. 15% damage reduction while standing still. Plus 2 to defensive skills. While moving, you gain 26% dodge chance. After standing still for 2 seconds, feet, 2, Raider's Chain. Crew, Loth Robes. Iron Favor. Rare Helm. Lurking, Awful Mail, Craven Exceptional Boots. Boneweave Treads of Slaughter, Boneweave, Archon, Adventurer's Pants of the Crowded Sage. Legendary Pants. 700, Protection of the Prime. Protection of the Protection of the Protection of the Protection of the Prime. Protection of the Protection of the Protection of the Protection of the Prime. Unique Pants. 750 item power. Legacy item. Doom Gauntlets of Combined, Rebounding Feathered Poliarm. Legendary Poliarm. 700, Insatiable, Duelists, Adventurer's Tunic of Soil Power. Wound, Except, and Serpent's Tongue, via, Cruel Aegis. Rare Chest Armor. 7, Boneweave Armor of Dis, Cruel Loth Robes. Loth Robes. Rare. Adventurer's Pants of the Crowded Sage. Ice Clan Marauder. Barrier, 19%. Ice Clan Impaler. Ice Clan Impaler. Ice Clan Impaler. Ice Clan Impaler. Barrier, 47%. Ice Clan Impaler. Gallovine. Right trigger. Interact. Frostwing. Ice Clan Marauder. Barrier, 20%. Frostwing. Finger, 1%. Arctic Bear. Variant, Frostwing. Life, 81%. Ice Clan Impaler. Ice Clan Mauler. Barrier, 28%. Finger, 21%. Drifter's Boots. Life 71%. Life 81%. Aldkin. Life 91%. Barrier 37%. Ice Clan Marauder. Barrier. Arctic Bear. Barrier Reinforcement. Vigor 61%. Carrot. Moon Drink. Spirit. Hired Mercenary. Spirit Hall. Normal Note. +5 Strength. Potency Skills. Razor. Poised Razor. Razor Wing. Russian. Vigor 83%. Lawsuit Knife. Barrier 29%. Ice Clan Impaler. Barrier 27%. Lawsuit Knife. Vigor Ice Life 69%. Life Ice Clan Impaler. Ice Clan Impaler. Ice Clan Impaler. Vigor Life 71%. Aldkin, Acclaim. Life 81%. Vigor Ford. Life 91%. Carrot. Wound Drinker. Except Vicious Whip. Megan. Plague. Great. Undying. Adventurer's Pants of the Crowded Sage. Undying Vulgar Chain. Legendary. Raiders Chain. Vehement Halo. Serpent's Tongue of Redirected Force. Legendary Ring. 750 Item Power. 104 All Resist, plus 2.7% Toughness. Plus, Ensort Celid Ring of Apprehension. Legendary Ring. 750 Item Power. 104 All Resist, minus 13.3% Toughness. Plus 94 Dexterity. Plus 10.0% Attack Speed. Plus 5.8% Critical Strike Chance. Plus 39.0% vulnerable damage. Once an enemy is slowed by at least 80%, they also become feared for 3 seconds. You deal 29% increased damage. Exceptional Boots of Haste. Legendary Boots. 7. Ensort Celid Ring of Apprehension. Legendary Ring. 750 Item Power. 104 All Resist, minus 13.3% Toughness. Plus 94 Dexterity. Plus 10.0% Attack Speed. Plus 5.8% Critical Strike Chance. Plus 30 Exceptional Boots of Haste. Wound Drinker. Adventurer's Tunic of Soil. Wound Drinker. Unique Ring. 750 Item Power. Adventurer's Tunic of Soil Power. Duelist's Adventurer's Tunic. Legendary Chest Armor. 750 Item Power. 1969 Armor, plus 2.8% Toughness. Plus 99 Dexterity. Plus 250 Maximum Life. Plus 304 Life per 5 seconds. Plus 14.7% Healing received. Maximum Ferocity increased by 2. Empty Socket. Requires level 60. Vessel of Hatred item. Sell value, 25,797 gold. Durability, 100/100. Tempers, 3/3. Right analog stick down. Scroll down. Bottom action button. Equip. Top action button. Hide comparison. Left action button. Mark as junk. Left action button. Hold. Drop. Ferocity increases your attack speed. Boneweave armor of disobedience. Legend, insatiable ascendant quarterstaff. Legendary quarter, rebounding feathered poliarm. Legendary poliarm. 750 item power. 523 damage per second. Doom gauntlets of combined strikes. Legendary gloves. 750 item power. 562 armor, plus 15.8% toughness. Plus 272 maximum life. Plus 92 life on hit. Plus 331 poison resistance. 8.5% cooldown reduction. Plus 34.0% storm feather potency. Imprinted, each different basic skill you cast increases all your damage by 12% for 10 seconds. Requires level 60. Account bound. Vessel of Hatred item. Sell value, 15,048 gold. Durability, 100/100. Tempers, 3/3. Bottom action button. Equip. Top action button. Hide comparison. Left action button. Mark as junk. Left action button. Hold. Drop. Unique, two-handed. Ring. Ring. Neck. Equipped. Lion's Eye of Metamorphosis. Legendary Amulet. 724 item power. 130 torso. Head. Slot transmog, on. Torso. Slot transmog, hands. Slot transmog, on. Equipped, legs. Slot transmog, on. Feet. Slot transmog, on. Equipped. Torturous Adventurer's Boots. Legendary Boots. 750 item power. Attacks reduce evades cooldown by 1.2 seconds. Plus 255 maximum life. Plus 286 life per 5 seconds. Plus 244 armor. Plus 348 lightning resistance. Iron Maiden is now also a darkness skill and deals shadow damage. Enemies have a 13% chance to be stunned for 1 second when they take damage from Iron Maiden. Necromancer only. Two-hand, rebounding, doom, protection of the prime. Unique pants. 750 item power. Legacy item. 1406 armor, plus 22.6% barrier, 31% vigor, 100%. Skills can trigger lucky hit effects. If a skill has a lucky hit chance of 50%, and an effect a 20% chance to stun an enemy, then that skill will stun enemies on average 10% of the time. Geek Hull. Barrier, 0%. Western Ways. Right trigger. Interact. Jarshial. Right trigger. Interact. Donation Bowl. Right trigger. Interact. Kavat. Material. Jeweler. Kavat. Jeweler. Jeweler. Kavat. Unsocket. Bone Royal Topaz.
Nicely.
Directly in inventory. Jeweler. Jeweler. Kavat. Add sockets. Legs. Two-handed. Feet. Slot transmog, on. Equipped. Torturous Adventurer's Boots. Legendary Boots. 750 item power. 562 armor. Attacks reduce evades cooldown by 1.2 seconds. Plus 255 maximum life. Plus 286 life per 5 seconds. Plus 244 armor. Plus 348 lightning resistance. Iron Maiden is now also a darkness skill and deals shadow damage. Enemies have a 13% chance to be stunned for 1 second when they take damage from Iron Maiden. Necromancer only. Requires level 60. Sell value, 15,048 gold. Durability, 100/100. Temper, two-handed, feet, legs. Feet. Slot transmog, torso. Hands. Slot, item. Right
I'll see
action
you
button,
again.
character, exception, end swords, serpents, head. Hands. Slot transmog, on. Equipped. Archon Gauntlets of Fleet Wings. Legendary Gloves. Feet. Raiders. Rebound. Doom Gauntlets of Combined Strikes. Archon Gauntlets of Fleet Wings. Legendary. Protection. Archon. Bone Wheat. Protection of the Prime. Unique Pants. 750 item power. Legacy item. 1406 armor, plus 23.4% toughness. Loth robes. Rare pants. 733 item power. Archon Gauntlet, rebounding, legs. Slot transmog, on. Equipped. Protection of the Prime. Unique pants. 750 item power. Legacy. Combat. Jeweler.
Yes, I have wares.
Jeweler, Kavat. Add sock, jeweler, Kavat. Unsocket. Feet, legs.
That's
Directly in inventory. Right action button. Carrot, wound drinker. Yaks, for, elixir, MOT. Rare rune of invocation. Requires, 150 offering. Gain 1 shadow, from the rogue's dark shrouds. Yaks, 14. Sem, 3. Magic rune of ritual. Gain, 75 offering. Cast evade. Link with a rune of invocation in equipment with 2. Rare rune of invocation. Requires, 150 offering. Gain 1 shadow, from the rogue's. Mani, 11. Magic rune of Tun, 4. POC. Rare rune of ritual. Gain, 5 offering. Zan, 16. Magic rune of ritual. Gain, 100. Rare rune. Neo, 2. Rare rune of ritual. Gain, 200 offering. Rune, sick. Rune, lit. Rune, sick. Rune, sick. Carrot, wound drinker. Yaks, Teb, 4. Magic rune of invocation. Requires, 100 offering. Invoke the Necromancer's abhorrent Iron Maiden skill, counter-attacking damage from enemies and healing you when they die. Link with a rune of ritual in equipment with 2 sockets to form a rune word. Only 2 rune words may be active at a time. Cannot salvage. MOT. Rare rune of invocation. Requires, 150 offering. Gain 1 shadow, legs. Rune, lith. Royal topaz, carrot, wound drink, yaks, lith. Legendary, legs. Slot, lith. Legendary rune of ritual. Legs. Pro, head, neck, legs. Slot transmog, on. Equipped. Protection of the Prime. Unique pants. 750 item power. Rune. Carrot, wound, except yaks, sick. Rare rune of invocation. Requires, 200 offering. Invoke the Spiritborn's concussive stomp skill, dealing damage, flawless, tech, wardrobe, torso, hand, leg, feet, legs. Slot transmog, on. Equipped. Protection of the Prime. Unique pants. 750 item power. Legacy item. 1406 armor. Plus 266 maximum life. Plus 229.0% damage for 4 seconds after dodging an attack. 15% damage reduction while standing still. Plus 2 to defensive skills. While moving, you gain 26% dodge chance. After standing still for 2 seconds, you become unstoppable until you move. Feet. Slot transmog, on. Equipped. Torturous Adventurer's Boots. Legendary Boots. 750 item power. 562 armor. Attacks reduce evades cooldown by 1.2 seconds. Plus 255 maximum life. Plus 286 life per 5 seconds. Plus 244 armor. Plus 348 lightning, two-handed. Equip. Right shoulder button, right shoulder button. Thanks.
Thank you.
Carrot, wound drink, adventurers, bone weave, in, rebounding, two-handed. Feet. Legs. Hands. Slot transmog, on. Equip, torso. Slot transmog, on. Equipped. Duelist's Adventurer's Tunic. Legendary Chest, feet, 2, Raider's Chain. Serp, Boneweave, Adventurer's Tunic of Soil Power. Legendary Chest Armor. 700 and Boneweave Armor of Disobedience. Legendary Chest Armor. 725 Item Power. 1903 Armor, minus 3.5% Toughness. Plus 165 Maximum Life. Plus 8 Maximum Resource. Plus 245 Poison Resistance. Plus 29.0% Soar Size. Imprinted, you gain 0.7% increased armor for 4 seconds when you deal any form of damage, stacking up to 40%. Empty Socket. Empty Socket. Insatiable Ascendant Quarterstaff. Legendary Quarter, Rebounding Feathered Poliarm. Archon Gauntlets of Fleet Wings. Lothrobes. Archon Greaves of Sky Power. Legendary Boots. 750 Item Power. 562 Armor, Boneweave Treads of Sky Power. Legendary Boots. 750 Item Power. 562 Armor, minus, Boneweave Treads of Slaughter. Legendary Boots. 750 Item Power. 562 Armor, minus 14.8% Toughness. Attacks reduce evades cooldown by 1.2 seconds. Plus 268 Craven Exceptional Boots, Boneweave Treads of Slaughter. Craven Exceptional Boots. Legendary Boot, Awful Mail. Lurking, Iron, Adventurer's Pants of the Crowded Sage. Legendary Pant, Cruel, Undying Vulgar Chain. Legendary, Raider's Chain. Legendary Amulet. Vehement Halo of Exhilaration. Raider's Chain. Legendary Amulet. 750 Item Power. 138 All Resist, minus 12.7% Toughness. Plus 125 Life on Kill, Vehement Halo of Exhilaration. Legendary Ring. 750 Item Power. 104 All Resist, plus 1.4% Toughness. Plus 92 Dexterity. Plus 250 Maximum Life. Plus 349 Poison Resistance. 5.2% Resource Cost Reduction. Lucky Hit. Hitting an enemy has up to a 21% chance to reduce your evade cooldown by 5 seconds. Each stack of ferocity you have increases this chance by 5%. Requires level 60. Vessel of Hatred item. Sell value, 25,797 gold. Tempers, 3/3. Serpent's Tongue of Redirected Force. Ensorceled Ring of Apprehension. Exceptional Boots of Haste. Legendary Boots. 750 Item Power. Vicious Wed, Maggot. Bramble Armor, Maggot, Vicious Exceptional Boots of Haste, Vicious, Magus. Rare Glaive, Vicious, Exceptional Boots of Haste. Legendary Boots. 750 Item Power. 562 Armor, minus 2.6% Toughness. Ensorceled Ring of Apprehension. Exceptional Boots of Haste. Ensorceled Ring of Apprehension. Legendary Ring. 750 Item Power. 104 All Resist, minus 13.2% Toughness. Your hired Profile, Wound Drinker. Giraffian Fur joined the party, 2/4. Jeweler, Kavat. Jeweler, Kavat. Jeweler, Kavat. Add sockets. Head, Torso, Duelist's Adventurer's Tunic of Soil, Adventurer's Tunic, Material, Attention, Material Cost.
Blessing on that one.
Royal, Carrot, Kavat,
I'm the
Jeweler,
only
Kavat.
merchant with jewels
Salvage
like
Gems,
these.
Jeweler, Kavat. Craft Gems. Grand Skull. Royal Skull. Gem. Grand Skull. Checkbox disabled. Checkbox enabled. Checkbox enabled. Checkbox enabled. Checkbox enabled. Amethyst. Jeweler. Kavat. Royal. Carrot. Yaks. Flaw. See. Roy. Two-handed. Sem. Royal Sapphire. 3. Torso. Royal Sapphire. Royal Ruby, 5. Gem. Can be inserted into equipment with sockets. Cry. Black. Chipped. Thul. Rare Rune. Royal Topaz. Left. Wound Drink. Yaks. 14. Magic Rune of Elixir of Advantage. Oblivion Nut. Wound Drinker. Adventurer's Tunic of Boneweave Armor of Disobedience. Legendary Chest Armor. Insatiable Ascendant Quarterstaff. Boneweave Armor of Disobedience. Legendary Chest Armor. 725 Item Power. 1903 Armor, minus 3.5% Toughness. Plus 165 Maximum Life. Plus 8 Maximum Resource. Plus 245 Poison Resistance. Plus 29.0% Source Size. Imprinted, you gain 0.7% increased Adventurer's Tunic of Soil Power. Legendary Chest Armor. 750 Item Power. 1969 Armor, minus 10.8% Toughness. Plus 95 Dexterity. Bone, Insatiable Ascendant Quarterstaff, Rebounding Feathered Poliarm. Legend, Archon Undying Vulgar, Raider's Chain. Vehement Halo of Exhilaration. Legendary Ring, Serpent's Tongue of Redirected Force. Legendary Ring. 750 Item Power. 104 Ensort Celid Ring of Apprehension. Legendary Exceptional Boots of Haste. Legendary Boots. 750 Item Power. Vicious Magus. Cruel Egypt. Adventurer's Pants of the Crowded Sage. Legendary Pants. Lurk. Awful. Craven Exceptional Boots. Legendary Boots. 750 Item Power. 562 Boneweave Treads of Slaughter. Boneweave Tread. Archon Greaves of Sky Power. Adventurer's Pants of the Crowded Sage. Legendary Pants. Archon Gauntlets of Fleet Wings. Legendary Gloves. 750 Item Power. 500 Undying Vulgar Chain. Legendary Yaks. Royal Diamond, 3. Gem. Royal Amethyst, 3. Flawless Ruby, 5. Gem. Flawless Diamond. No. Flawless Topaz. Zan. Flawless Ruby, 5. Carrot. Wound Drinker. Yaks. Qua. Tech. Gar. CIR. Flawless Topaz. Royal Topaz. Flawless Diamond. Carrot. Yak. Lum. 6. Neo. Black. Royal Topaz. Head. Slot. Torso. Royal Topaz. Flawless Diamond. 6. Flawless Ruby. Jeweler. Kavat. Jeweler. Kavat. Add sockets. Duelists. Material. Attention. Material cost. Kavat. Flawless Diamond. Carrot. Yak. Lum. Flawless. Neo. Black. Royal Torso. Royal Skull. Mani. Royal. Sem. Two-handed. Feet. Legs. Slot. Hands. Slot Transmog. On. Equipped. Doom Gauntlets of Combined Strikes. Legendary Gloves. 750 Item Power. 560 Torso. Head. Slot Transmog. On. Equipped. Torso. Slot Transmog. On. Equipped. Duelist's Adventurer's Tunic. Legendary Head. Slot Transmog. On. Equipped. Torso. Hands. Slot Transmog. On. Equipped. Doom Gauntlets of Combined Strikes. Torso. Head. Slot Transmog. On. Torso. Hands. Slot Transmog. On. Legs. Slot Transmog. Hands. Slot Transmog. On. Equipped. Legs. Slot Transmog. Feet. Slot Transmog. On. Two-hand, elixir of oblivion, wound drinker, adventurers, end sword, raider, Archon gauntlets of fleet wing, bone weave, iron, adventure, crew, undying vulgar, raiders, VM, wound drinker. Unique ring. 750 item power. 104 all resist, minus 11.6% toughness. Plus 200 and bone rebound, raiders chain. Legendary amulet. 700 undying vulgar chain. Iron favor. Jarshial. Right trigger. Interact. Donation bowl. Right trigger. Interact. Jizrika. Right trigger. Kansuk. Blacksmith. Kansuk. Salvage. Aspect upgraded. In stash. Ostaf. Purveyor of curiosities. Right trigger. Wound raiders. Flawless Carrot. Wound drinker. Yaks. 14. Sick. Rare rune of invocation. Armory. Right trigger. Azid. Armor vendor. Right trigger. Interact. The barbarian carries an entire arsenal consisting of 4 weapons with them. Call. Teleport to URS. Location, haunted wreckage. Right trigger. Travel. Upon reaching level 15 and completing the Legacy of the Magi quest, sorcerers unlock enchantments, allowing them to utilize powerful passive versions of their skills. Haunted wreckage. Barrier, 31%. Legion event joined. The Gathering Legions. Vigor 0%. Ray 60, 203. Wound drinker. Carrot wound spear. Normal node. Plus 5 strength. Potency skills and rushing claw. Potency. Potent. Touch of death. Resilient. Payback. Resilient. Vehement. The Seeker. Resolution. The Hunter. Counterattack. Vortex. Focus. SAR. Focus. Vortex. Focus. Eagle. Cooldown, 10.98 seconds. Create a cyclone that pulls enemies inward, followed by a crushing downdraft that deals 816 damage to them. Lightning damage. Not yet learned. Toxic skin. Ray 60, 200, Thunder Spike. Basic. Eagle. Generate Vigor, 9. Quickly jab forward with a piercing strike dealing 1050. The Overlord calls forth its legions. Skulker. Thunder. Raider. Thunder Spike. Thunder Spike. Thunder Spike. Thunder Spike. Basic. Eagle. Rock Splitter. Rock Splitter. Basic. Rock Splitter. Basic. Rock Splitter. Rock Splitter. Enhanced Rock Splitter. Rock Splitter. Rank 1. Sharp Rock Raider. Accelerated Rock Splitter. Rock Splitter increases your thorns by 80 for 5 seconds, and your third attack deals 100% of your thorns to enemies. You may only select one upgrade. Not yet learned. Donnerstag 51. Sharp Rock Splitter. Rock Splitter's third attack knocks enemies back and enhanced rock in sharp rocks sharp rock rocks sharp rocks slay enhanced quill ball slay enemies to crushing hand. Core. Basic. Gorilla. Eagle. Vigor cost 0. Smash down next to you with devastating force, creating 2 shockwaves on. A servant of hell has joined the battle. Destroy the structures that shield the servant of hell. 0/3. Slay the servant of hell. Destroy the structures that shield the servant of hell. 0/3. Slay the servant of hell. The servant of hell is open for attack. Destroy the structures that shield the servant of hell. 3/3. Fresh legions have joined the battle. Slay enemies to provoke the servants of hell. 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 Slay enemies to... A servant of hell has joined the battle. Basic, Donner, URS 50, 161. Destroy the structures that shield the servant of hell. 0/3. Slay the servant of hell. Destroy the structures that shield the servant of hell. 0/3. The servant of hell is open for attack. Slay the servant of hell. Fresh legions have joined the battle. Slay enemies to provoke the servants of hell. 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 Skeleton corpse back. Slay enemies to provoke the servants of hell. Skeleton back. Vigor 92%. Barrier 11%. Items object track. URS 50, 160. Barrier 37%. Items object track. URS 50, 160. Barrier 12%. Donnerstag 52. Donnerstag 52, 263. Slay enemies to greater. Greater. Slay enemies to provoke the servants of hell. Greater. Slay enemies to provoke the servants of hell. Greater. Slay enemies to provoke the servants of hell. Slay enemies to provoke the servants of hell. Vigor 0%. A servant of hell has joined the battle. Destroy the structures that shield the servant of hell. 0/3. Slay the servant of hell. Destroy the structures that shield the servant of hell. 0/3. Slay the servant of hell. Mastery. Servants of Hell slain, 2/3. The Servant of Hell is open for attack. Destroy the structures that shield the Servant of Hell, 3/3. Varian a reinforcement. The Overlord has returned. Find the Overlord. Mastery, Servants of Hell slain, 3/3. Find the Overlord. Mastery, Servants of Hell slain, 3/3. Varian a reinforcement. Round 2. Figure 49. Honor Stag 32. Racer 103. Figure 28%. Figure 56%. Event complete. Event complete. Mastery, Servants of Hell slain. The Gathering Witness. 199,942 XP. Varian a reinforcement. Aldkin. Carrot, Wound Drinker. Spirit. Normal Node. Rare Glyph. Headhunter. Basic skills deal damage, check, Concussive Stomp. SAR. Quill Volley. SAR. Razor Wing. Concussive Stomp. SAR. Focus. Quill Volley. SAR. Concussive Stomp. Rank. Counter Attack. Skirt. Touch of Death. Touch of Death. Ray. Rock Splitter. Touch of Death. Quill Volley. Touch of Death. Quill Volley. Rank 3/5. Core. Base. The Seeker. Touch of Death. Abilities. Left shoulder button. Right shoulder. Counter Attack. The Seeker. Exalted Seeker. Harmonia. The Seeker. The Seeker. The Seeker. The Seeker. Ultimate. Eagle. Charges, 3. Charge cooldown, 41.18 seconds. The Seeker. The Hunter. The Protector. Harmonious. Exalted. The Protector. Top. The Seeker. Resolution. Casting an ultimate skill grant. Area, 61%. Barrier, 31%. Variant reinforcement. Hell. Boots. Foliar. Basic glaive. Weather. Wanderer's pant. Weathered cover. Amulet. Aldkin. Pots. Vigor 76%. The rotting embankment. Aldkin. One little red sprig. Serpent cultist. Serpent cultist. Serpent cult magus. Serpent cult magus. Serpent called Magus. Serpent called Magus. Vigor 0%. Serpent cultist. Serpent called Magus. Serpent cultist. Serpent cultist. Vigor 34%. Reaver. Aldkin. Serpent called Magus. Serpent cultist. Serpent cultist. Serpent called Magus. Serpent cultist. Serpent called Magus. Serpent cultist. Vigor 64%. Serpent called Magus.
I promise.
Reaver. Vigor 95%. Serpent cultist. Aldkin. Serpent called Magus. Vigor 0%. Serpent called Magus. Event complete. Snake worship. 31,990 Aldkin. Serrated glaive. Coven's trunks. Vigor 21%. Healing well. Odvik's travail. Loose stone. Right trigger. Loose stone. Right trigger. Interact. Talk. Plague creeper. Toxic lurker. Curious mural. Plague. Morgan 30. 48. Plague creeper. Plague creeper. Plague creeper. Vigor 53%. Toxic lurker. Contraband. Right trick. Egg sack. Aldkin. The dark dross. Right analog stick. Right analog stick. To jump. Accursed. Right trigger. Vigor 73%. Angry oracle. Aldkin. Vigor 0%. Serpent culture. Snake worship. Survive the serpent culture. Vigor 23%. Toxic lurker. Serpent, your hired mercenary is serpent cultist. Serpent cultist. Vigor serpent cultist. Serpent cultist. Vigor 100%. Serpent cultist. Serpent called Magus. Serpent cultist. Serpent called Magus. Serpent cultist. Serpent cultist. Barrier. Serpent called Magus. Serpent cultist. Barrier. 20. Serpent called Magus. Vigor 84%. Serpent cultist. Nangary oracle. Serpent called Magus. Vigor 0%. Serpent called Magus. Mastery. Stray cultists near. Serpent called Magus. Barrier. 28%. Variant reinforcement. Vigor 52%. Serpent called Magus. Serpent cultist. Serpent cultist. Serpent event complete. Snake worship. 31,990x. Robin Hood 38. 256. Variant reinforcement. Nangari Oracle. Nangari Burster. Nangari Burster. Vigor 79%. Nangari Oracle. Nangari Spitter. Nangari Spitter. Vigor 99%. Nangari Longfang. Nangari Spitter. Vigor 0%. Plague Creeper. Vigor 51%. Nangari Spitter. Vigor 71%. Variant of Nangari Longfang. Nangari Oracle. Nangari Oracle. Barrier, 80%. Barrier, 24%. Variant of reinforcement. Variant of reinforcement. Carrot, wound, drink, spirit. Normal, hired mercenary. Standby. Normal node. +5 strength. Ultimate skills shift the tide of battle. The Seeker. Ultimate. Eagle. Check, the Seeker. Razor, Sar, Quill Volley. Quill Volley. Rank 3/5. Rake. Touch of Death. Quill Volley. Touch of Death. Rank 2/5. Rake. Rock Splitter. Quill Volley. Rake. Touch of Death. Rock Splitter. Rank 2/5. Basic. Gorilla. Mobility. Touch of Death. Touch. Rock. Concussive. Touch of Death. Rock Splitter. Rank 2/5. Basic. Gorilla. Mobility. Eagle. Generate Vigor, 11. Rush at a target and clobber enemies in front of you, dealing 1,200. World boss spawning soon in Fractured Peaks. Quill Volley. The Seeker. Bigger 100%. Bigger 0%. Variant or reinforcement. Bigger 38%. Variant or reinforcement. Bigger 67%. Variant or reinforcement. Barrier 60%. Mangaree Oracle. Bigger 93%. Very Plague Creeper. Mangaree Spitter. Nangaree Spitter. Nangaree Oracle. Variant or reinforcement. Variant or reinforcement. Bigger 0%. Slain Sailor. Right trigger. Interact. Nangaree Burster. Nangaree Burster. Nangaree Oracle. Bigger 32%. Nangaree Spitter. Bigger 52%. Plague Creeper. Barrier 60. Plague Creeper. Barrier 29%. Timu's Hubble. Barrier 0%. You have reached Timu. Right trigger. Interact. One little red sprig. Timu, can you tell me about this crimson herb? Tell me about the swamp. What is this infection? Bottom action button select. Right action button close. Right shoulder button. Track. Directional pad right. Search in party finder. Disable auto pin. Right analog stick down. List in Party Finder. Waypoint. The Tree of Whispers. Service, Armory. Stash. Rings and Amulets. Blacksmith. Occultist. Jeweler. Alchemist. Heal. Purveyor of Curiosities. Bottom action button. Travel. Top action button. Favorite. Fractured Peaks. Fractured Peaks. Hazar. Dungeon. Direct. Waypoint. Teleport confirmation. Elite enemies include champions, elites, bosses, and other players. Ruins of Rakat, Timus Hovel. Right trigger. Ruins of Rakat Keep, Inner Court. Waypoint. Right trigger. Interact. Warning. Your return, Skeleton Archer. Skeleton Archer. Invigorating. Area, 52%. Banshee. Vigor 0%. Helltide, Skeleton Corpse Axe. Helltide Village. Vigor 21%. The Devouring Moor. Barrier, 16%. Exiting the Helltide. You can return at any point while the Helltide is active. Vigor 41%. Dromer Riverbank. Morass of Misery. Nangari Burster. Nangari Spirit. Barrier, 59%. Barrier. Barrier, 0%. Nangari Spirit. Vigor 0%. Life 68%. Life 79%. Life 90%. Nangari Spirit. Vigor 71%. Putrid Wasp. Barrier, 28%. Corpse Whale Deluge. Vigor 92%. Serpent Cult Maker. Vigor 0%. Vigor 40%. Serpent Cultist. Varian a Reinforcement. Vigor 97%. Serpent Cultist. Serpent Cultist. Serpent Cultist. Vigor 0%. Nangari Oracle. Vigor 30%. Nangari Oracle. Vigor 58%. Nangari Oracle. Vigor 87%. Swamp Walker. Gallovine. Right, Gallovine. Swamp Walker. Vigor 0%. Nangari Spitter. Vigor 57%. Swamp Walker. Dungeon, Skeleton, Accursed. Barrier. Nangari Skeleton. Skeleton. Vigor 58%. Drifter's Pants. Varian a Reinforcement. Barrier, 28%. Container, Nangari Oracle. Nangari Oracle. Vigor 79%. Nangari Oracle. Event joined. Insatiable hunger. Slay the accursed. Right trigger. Interact. Variant reinforcement. Kesslice, Serpent Cultist. Kesslice Firebrand. Vigor 100%. Serpent Cult, Kesslice Firebrand. Serpent Cult Magus. Serpent Cultist. Serpent Cultist. Vigor 29%. Serpent Cultist. Vigor 95%. Vigor 0%. Vigor 20%. Serpent Cultist. Vigor 0. Serpent Cult Magus. Vigor 73%. Serpent Cult Magus. Vigor 0%. Serpent Cultist. Vigor 44. Serpent Cult Magus. Vigor 0%. Serpent Cult Magus. Vigor 28%. Serpent Cult Magus. Vigor Serpent Cult Magus. Serpent Cult Magus. Vigor 84%. Barrier 13%. Serpent Cult Magus. Barrier 59. Serpent Cult. Barrier 0. Serpent Cult Magus. Serpent Cult Magus. Vigor 94%. Serpent Cult Magus. Serpent Cult Magus. Serpent Cult Magus. Vigor 8. Serpent Cult Magus. Serpent Cult
blood.
Serpent Cult Magus. Vigor 70%. Greater Radiant Chest. Right trigger. Life 94%. Sandworn, Heavy Boots. Barrier, 28%. Nangari Oracle. Aldkin. A flame. Nangari Oracle. Nangari Oracle. Aldkin. Wound Drinker. Spear. Normal node. Hired Mercenary. Normal node. Ultimate skills Shift the Tide. Harmonia. Concussive Stomp. Adaptable. Enhanced. Concussive Stomp. Concussive Stomp. Rank 2/5. Counterattack. Scourge. Armored Hide. Rank. Endurance. Fueled. Ravager. 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 Toxic Skin. Focus. Withering Fist. Basic skills Withering Fist. Rank 1/5. Basic. Centipede. Withering Fist. Enhanced. Accelerated Withering Fist. Sharp Withering Fist. Withering Fist's third attack spreads its poisoning to 5 nearby unaffected enemies. Hitting a vulnerable enemy will also... Sharp. Accelerated Withering Fist. Enemies poisoned by Withering Fist deal 20% less damage. Accelerated Withering Fist. Enemies. Enhanced Withering Fist. Carrot, Wound Drinker. Normal Node. +5, Rare Glyph. Basic skills deal. Withering Fit, Withering, Stinger, Withering, Rake. Concussive Stomp, Withering Fist. Rank 2/5. Basic. Centipede. Mobility. Eagle. Withering Fist. Withering Fist. Vigor 0%. Your hired mercenary is on standby and will return when Jaminalop joined the party, 2/4. Varian a reinforcement. Skeleton, Swamp Walker. Event joint. Insatiable Hunger. Slay the possessed enemy before it is sacrificed. Insatiable Hunger. Slay the possessed enemy before it is sacrificed to the Devourer of Souls. Bizarre 60, 122. Event joined. Serpent Cultist. Serpent Cultist. Vigor 20. Serpent Cultist. Serpent Cultist. Vigor 96. Serpent Cultist. Serpent Cult Magus. Vigor 28%. Israel Lobber. Israel Vigor 7, Serpent Cultist. Vigor 100%. Serpent Cultist. Serpent Cultist. Serpent Cultist. Vigor 82%. Serpent Cult Magus. Serpent Cultist. Vigor 20. Serpent Cultist. Vigor 0%. Israel Lobber. Vigor 28%. Serpent Cultist. Serpent Cult Magus. Vigor 8, Serpent Cult Magus. Vigor 0%, Serpent Cultist. Vigor 30%.
of hatred.
Serpent Cultist. Vigor 83%. Bizarre 60, 122. Vigor 0%. Bizarre 60. Varian a reinforcement. Bizarre 60, 122. Vigor 21%. Enclawed Crab. Flawless Ruby. Bizarre 60, 122. Slain Infected. Right Trigger. Interact, Nangari Oracle. Vigor 50%. Swamp Walker. Vigor 79%. Swamp Walker. Varian Reinforcement. Bizarre 60, 122. reinforcement. Bizarre 60, 122. Serpent Cultist. Nangary Spitter. Nangary Spitter. Nangary Spitter. Vigor 0%. Variant reinforcement. Vigor 30%. Bizarre 60, 122. Bizarre 60, 122. Healing Well. Serpent Cultist. Thieves Encampment. Vigor 50%. Corpse Whale Deluge. Vigor 70%. Vigor 90%. Nangary Spitter. skeleton archer. Bazaar is about to start Ruins of Kuryaisuk. Would you like to join them? 0%. Directional pad left. Hold. To respond. Lorcan 60, 100, Lorcan 60, 127. The Helltide will recede in less than 5 minutes. Any unspent cinders will be lost. Declining this will cause you to leave the party. 1000%. 01. Directional pad left. Hold. To respond. The monsters of Sanctuary level up with you. If they're too hard or too easy, visit the difficulty statue in a capital city to change your difficulty level. Ruins of Kuryaisuk, Wanderers, stronghold nearby. Back button open map. Bazaar 60, 122. Waypoint unlocked. Ruins of Kuryaisuk. Barrier, 0%. Your hired mercenary is on standby and will return when stronghold conquered. The Ruins of Kuryaisuk. Warning. The Helltide will recede in less than 5 minutes. Any Ruins of Kuryaisuk. Waypoint. Right trigger. Interact. Bile, flesh thresh, flesh thresher. Barrier, 27%. Flesh thresher. The Barren Steeps. Flesh thresher. Flesh vial 1. Vigor 14, vial 1. Vigor 42%. Foothills of Saron. Flesh succubus. Jars. Vigor 83%. Vile Overseer. The Bleak Expanse. Loose Succubus. Succubus. Vigor 0%. Flesh Thresher. Vigor 74. Vigor 91%. Horror Captain. Vigor 0%. Jars. Horror Corpse Bow. Horror Corpse Bow. Vigor 28%. Flesh Thresher. Slain built jars. Flesh thresher. Flesh thresher. Vigor 55. Flesh thresher. Vigor 0%. Flesh thresher. Horror archer. Vigor 46%. Horror corpse bow. Flesh thresher. Heavy quarterstaff. Flesh thresher. Vigor 67%. Horror archer. Flesh thresher. Horror archer. Oppressor. Flesh thresher. Crusher. Vigor 87%. Stone Cache. Right trigger. Lost Pack. Right trigger. Interact. Slain Villager. Right trigger. Interact. Vile. Vigor 0%. Vile 1. Vile 2. Vigor 30%. Crusher. Variant a reinforcement. Event joined. Ancient Obelisk. Inspect the Ancient Obelisk. Ancient Obelisk. Inspect the Ancient Obelisk. Ancient Obelisk. Character. Spirit. Hired Mercenary. Reinforcement. Reinforcement. Bottom cast when the player cast when the player casts Withering Fist. Bottom action. Cast when the player casts Rock Splitter. Bottom action button. Cast when the player Hired Mercenary. Flesh Flame Hunter. Flesh Thresher. File Trigger. Vigor 53. Slain Hunter. Right Trigger. Vigor 81%. Crusher. Ancient Obelisk. Right Trigger. Interact. Flesh Thresher. Pressure. Variant Reinforcement. Vigor 0%. Succubus. Oppressor. Vigor 27. Vigor 50. Succubus. Vigor 78%. Flesh Thresher. Flesh Thresher. Flesh Crusher. Vigor 98%. Flesh Thresher. Vigor 0. File Feet. Vigor 26%. Crusher. Variant Reinforcement. Flesh Thresher. Flesh Thresher. Crusher. Vigor 53%. Flesh Thresher. Flesh Thresher. Vigor 78%. Vigor 90. Flesh Thresher. Vigor 0%. Vigor 51%. Flesh Thresher. Flesh Thresher. Flesh Thresher. Vigor 100%. Flesh Thresher. Flesh Thresher. File Team. Flesh Thresher. Vigor. Flesh Thresher. Vigor 53%. Flesh Thresher. Crusher. Variant Reinforcement. Vigor 80%. Flesh Thresher. Flesh Thresher. Vigor 0%. Flesh Thresher. Vigor. Flesh Thresher. Vigor 0%. Flesh Thresher. Flesh Thresher. Flesh Thresher. Slay the remaining event complete. Ancient Obelisk. 31,990. Variant Reinforcement. Variant Reinforcement. Variant Reinforcement. Helm. Vigor 21%. Lost. Succubus. The Baron's Deeps. Vigor 41%. Vigor 65%. Moon Clan Impaler. Nangari Slither. Carl Moon Clan Mirage. Vigor 0%. Sandworn Cover. Vigor 26%. Varian a Reinforcement. Moon Clan Impaler. Vigor 56%. Moon Clan Impaler. Moon Clan Shaman. Moon Clan Impaler. Vigor 76%. Right analog stick. To climb down. Right analog stick. To climb up. Vigor 100, Razor Spine. Vigor 0%. Nangari Slitherer. Moon Clan Nangari Slitherer. Vigor 60. Vigor 0. Vigor 29. Nangari Slitherer. Vigor 54%. Slain Villager. Razor Spine. Flesh fresh. Vigor 0%. Razor Spine. Bloody Pile. Loose Stone. Right analog stick. Vigor 21%. Right analog spider. Vigor 65%. Spider. Vigor 0%. Event joined. SPID Erling. Spider. 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 Vigor 32%. Spider. Variant a Reinforcement. Loose Stone. Right trigger. Interact. Vigor 52%. Spider. Vigor 73%. Spider. Vigor 96%. Spider. Vigor 0%. Spider. Vigor 50%. Spider hook. Vigor 77%. SPID early. SPID Spider. Vigor 0 area. 1%. Vigor SPID early. Vigor 0%. SPID early. Vigor 23%. Spider. Variant Reinforcement. Vigor 100. Spider. Vigor 0%. Spider. Vigor 72%. SPID early. Spider hook. SPID early. SPID early. Vigor 82%. Spider. Vigor 0. SPID early. Vigor 28. Spider. SPID early. Vigor 8. Spider. Vigor 0%. Amulet. Amulet. Spider. Vigor 36. Spider. Vigor 58%. Spider. Vigor 85%. Spider. Vigor 0%. SPID. Spider. Vigor 22%. SPID event complete. Waves of Darkness. 31,990. Slay the remaining enemies. Variant of Reinforcement. Barrier 27%. Carved glaive. Varian a reinforcement. Varian a reinforcement. Carrot, wound, drink, spirit. Hired merc. Normal node. Rare glyph. Normal node. Basic skills deal. Check. Stinger. Withering fist. Withering fist. Rocks. Touch of death. Withering fist. Rock splitter. Rank 2/5. Basic. Gorilla. Mobility. Eagle. Generate vigor. 11. Rush at a target and clobber enemies in front of you, dealing 1,283 damage. Your third attack strikes enemies around you, dealing rank, rake. Rank 4/5. Core, Withering Fist. Abilities. Varian a reinforcement. Varian a reinforcement. Varian a reinforcement. Varian a reinforcement. Dungeon complete. Forgotten Ruins. Varian a reinforcement. Waves of Darkness. Slay the enemies. SPID Bizarre 60, 123. Slay the enemies. Spider. Slay as many enemy waves. SPID Vigor 42%. SPID Vigor 9. SPID Erlen. Vigor 0%. Spider. Vigor 26%. Spider. Strider 2. Vigor 51%. Spider. Vigor 80%. SPID Erlen. Bizarre 60. 100. Spider. Spider. Slay as many enemy waves as you can before time runs out. 5. Mastery. Defeats 5 waves. 5/5. Slay as many enemy waves as you can before time runs out. Spider Host. Spider. SPID. Bizarre 60. 123. Slay as many enemy waves as you can before time runs. SPID Erlen. Slay as many enemy waves as you can before time runs out. 9. Spider. Spider. SPI Paragon 153. Vigor 0%. SPID Erling. Variant Reinforcement. Event complete. Waves of Darkness. 31,990. Czar 60, 123. Variant Reinforcement. Variant Reinforcement. Strider's Tunic. Strider's Ring. Impaler. Ring. SPID Erling. SPID Erling. Razor Spine. Vigor 32%. Razor Spine. Vigor 59%. Razor Spine. Vigor 90%. Razor Spine. Vigor 0%. Sword Staff. Swords. Variant Reinforcement. Variant Reinforcement. Carrot, Wound Drinker, Spirit, Hired Mercenary. Stand, Normal Node. +5 Strength. Left Action Button. Refund. Aldkin. Rare Glyph. Headhunt, Normal Node. Basic skills deal damage and are always available to cast. Check, Stinger. Rake. Rank 4, Stinger. Rake, Quill Volley. Rank 3/5. Core. Basic. Eagle. Vigor cost, 0. Hurl 5 feathers that pierce through enemies, each dealing 644 damage. Modifiers. Quill Volley makes enemies vulnerable for 3 seconds if they are hit with at least 3 feathers at once. Quill Volley hurls out 3 additional feathers and deals 10% increased damage to each enemy per hit. Lightning, Crushing Hand. Quill Volley. Rank, Quill Volley. Rank 3/5, Ray, Rock Splitter. Quill Volley. Rank 3/5. Core. Basic. Eagle. Vigor cost, 0. Hurl 5 feathers that pierce through enemies, each dealing 644 damage. Modifiers. Quill Volley, ability. Variant reinforcement. 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 Left, wound, spirit. Normal node. +5 strength. Left action button. Hired mercenary. Reinforcements, cast when the player casts rock splitter. Cast when the hired mercenary. Variant reinforcement. Variant reinforcement. Variant reinforcement. Vigor 21%. Bloody pile. Flesh treasure. Reverted mercenary. Variant reinforcement. Delay cover shade. Vigor 54%. Handsome jot joint. Vigor 18%. File limited. Vigor 0%. HJ 60, 147. Barrier 26%. Kinch Award 60, 63. File 1. Succubus. File 2. File 1. Succubus. Vigor 21%. HJ60, 147. Vigor 41%. The Bleak Expanse. Jars. Variant, Flesh Thresher. Flesh Thresher. Vigor 61%. Flesh Thresher. Alabama 58 joined the party. Supplement. File 1. Vigor 90. Vigor 0%. Sheena 0.
I'm
Sheena
impressed.
60. Flesh Thresher. Flesh File 1. File shot. Variant reinforcement. Vigor 21%. Friza Slicer. Foothills of Sarah. HJ60, 147. Vigor 41%. Kinch Award, Sheena 60, 161. HJ 6, right shoulder button. Right shoulder button, thanks.
Thank you.
Barrier, 61%.
Thanks.
HJ 60, 147. Barrier, 31%. Kinch Award 60, 63. Sheena 60, 161. Vigor 61%. HJ 60, 147. Kinch Award 60, 63. Vigor 81%. Jars. Sheena 60, 161. Bile Fiend. Flesh Thresher. Jars. Oppressor. Southern. Vigor 0%. Slain Villager. Right trigger. Interact. Loose Stone. Right trigger. Interact. Flesh Thresher. Horror Corpse Axe. Vigor 29%. Flesh Thresher. Saron Caldera. Vigor 49%. Barrier 0%. Foothills of Saron. Flesh Thresher. The Barren Steeps. Ruins of Kuryaisot. Flesh Thresher. Flesh Thresher. Bile Fiend. Flesh. Vigor 81%. Loose Stone. Right trigger. Interact. Loose Stone. Right trigger. Barrier 28%. Barrier 0%. Arbin. Right trigger. Interact. Arbin. Villager. Right trigger. Interact. Right. Succubus. Vigor 0%. Succubus. Oppressor. Succubus. Vigor 61%. Oppressor. Variant reinforcement. Hide. Vigor 81%. Right analog stick. To traverse. Flesh pressure. Flesh pressure. Vigor 26%. Flesh thresher. Succubus. Variant reinforcement. Vigor 46%. Right analog stick. Right analog stick. Right analog stick. Pallid delve. Right trigger. Interact. Right analog stick. To climb up. Pallid delve. Pallid delve. Right trigger. Enemies are considered affected by rogue traps when they are within a trap's persistent area or afflicted with its harmful effects. Salt mines. Ruins of Kuriyaisud. Right trigger. Interact. Vigor 66%. Vigor 96%. Salt people. China. Vigor 0%. Maniac. Execution. Nightmare dungeon activate. Execution. Variant reinforcement. Containers. You're hired. Forger. Vigor 51%. Cleaver. Vigor 84%. Vigor 0%. Variant reinforcement. Cleaver. Execution. Maniac. Vigor 21%. Maniac. Execution. Forger. Maniac. Vigor 66%. Retry. Right for chest. Angry slice. Vigor 0%. Blade cleaver. Vigor 28%. Consular. Maniac. Vigor 59%. Maniac. Execution. Vigor 0%. Vigor 28%. Forger. Vigor 81%. Execution. Vigor 0%. Variant reinforcement. Event joined. Ravenous soul. Right trigger.
They've been feeding
Interact.
me.
Vigor 21%.
Please,
Vigor
get
50%.
back from them.
Torture. Variant reinforcement. Vigor 78%. Vigor execution. Vigor 0%. Execution. Vigor 49%. Torture. Vigor 0%. Execution. Vigor 23%. Vigor 52%. Vigor 80%. Vigor 0%. Executioner. Vigor 0%. Execution. Variant reinforcement. Vigor 28%. Aaron Sparklasher. Vigor 57%. Vigor 86%. Vigor 0%. Event complete. Ravenous Soul. Barrier 0%. Rune, Lum. Sand, Impaler, Sand-worn Breeches. Rune, Lum. Barrier 28%. Vigor 21%. Furline, Ward. Vigor 53%. Radiant Chest, Heavy Boots. Balanced Quarterstaff. Chest. Right Trigger. Maniac. Maniac. Salt People. Cleaver. Maniac. Cleaver. Arian Reinforcement. Chest Arc. Maniac. Vigor 84%. Slain. Initiates Tune. Stone Cairn. Stone Cairn. Cleaver. Gorger. Vigor 0%. Vigor 28%. Variant Reinforcement. Gorger. Barrier. Vigor 56%. Krondar Evership. Vigor 81%. Vigor 0%. Execution. Vigor 57%. Salt. Coven's Trunks. Barrier 28%. Cursed Ruins. Maniac. Vigor 7. Vigor 0%. Cleaver. Vigor 21%. Right Analog. Burning Dead Corpse Bow. Burning Dead Corpse Bow. Arian Reinforcement. Burning Dead. Vigor 95%. Burning Dead. Vigor 0%. Burning Dead Corpse Bow. Vigor 87%. Hard Staff. Burning Dead Corpse Bow. Vigor 28%. Burning Dead. Burning Dead. Burning Dead Corpse Bow. Toxic Lurker. Vessels. Toxic Lurker. Vigor 48%. Burning Dead. Burning Dead Corpse Bow. Burning Dead Corpse. Burning Dead Captain. Burning Dead Captain. Burning Dead Captain. Burning Dead Captain. Vigor 74%. Healing Well. Right Trigger. Plague Creeper. Plague Creeper. Burning Dead. Vigor 94%. Burning Dead. Vigor 0%. Burning Dead. Vigor 28%. Burning Dead Corpse Bow. Toxic Lurker. Burning Dead. Burning Dead Archer. Vigor 48%. Burning Dead. Chest. Right Trigger. Interact. Door. Right Trigger. Interact. dead archer. Burning dead archer. Vigor 73%. Burning dead archer. Corpse. Right trigger. Interact. Chest. Burning dead archer. Burning dead archer. Variant reinforcement. Burning dead counter. Vigor 42%. Plague creeper. Plague creeper. Plague creeper. Burning dead. Plague creeper. Burning dead. Vigor 71%. Burning dead captain. Vigor 99%. Burning dead. Burning dead captain. Vigor 0%. Burning dead archer. Burning dead corpse bow. Toxic lurker. Vigor 23%. Burning dead corpse bow. Vigor 81%. Vigor 56%. Vigor 83%. Burning dead. Vigor 24%. Burning dead. Variant reinforcement. Skeletal. Burning dead corpse bow. Variant 26%. Burning dead corpse bow. Vigor 65%. Toxic lurker. Vigor 96%. Skeletal construct. Vigor 0%. Variant reinforcement. Vigor 29%. Burning dead captain. Vigor 57%. Burning dead captain. Vigor 85%. Burning dead captain. Vigor 0%. Variant reinforcement. Ring. Chaldean. Vigor 21%. Skeletal construct. Vigor 42%. Burning dead. Relax. Vigor 26%. Drifter's Boost. Variant reinforcement. Vigor 46%. Burning dead arch. Burning dead archer. Vigor 75%. Burning dead archer. Vigor 95%. Door. Right trigger. Vigor 0%. Healing well. Right trigger. Interact. Corpse. Right trigger. Interact. Vigor 21%. Skeletal construct. Alt. Variant reinforcement. Vigor 54%. Burning dead captain. Vigor 94 has been Vigor 0%. Alt. Flawless. Vigor 21%. Variant reinforcement. Variant reinforcement. Vessels. Right analog, right analog stick. To jump. Vigor 41%. Left shoulder button. Right shoulder. Aldkin. Aldkin. Vigor 61%. Right analog stick. Right analog stick. To jump. Vessels. Vigor 81%. Healing well. Right trigger. Interact. Bane of the Ancients. Too low. Barrier reinforcement. Vigor 0%. Stone wall. Vigor 51%. Stone wall. Health ring. Vigor 71%. Left shoulder, Aldkin. Ruins of bottom action button. Items lose durability and become less effective when you revive from death. Ruins of Kuryaisuk, Aldkin. Right analog stick. To right analog stick. Right analog stick. To climb down. Vigor 91%. Right analog stick. To traverse. Right analog stick. To traverse. Flesh thresher. Flesh thresher. Flesh thresher. Flesh thresher. Flesh thresher. Flesh thresher.
Can't always control it.
Flesh thresher. Crusher. Aldkin. Nibsville joined the party, 2/4. Your hired mercenary is on standby and will return when you... Flesh thresher. Flesh thresher. Unarthek 22, 238. File key. Flesh thresher.
Greetings.
Oppressor. Unarthek 22, 238. Flesh thresher. Flesh thresher.
Hello.
Vigor 0%. Right shoulder button. Hello.
Hello.
Crusher. Unarthek 22, 238. Flesh thresher. Right analog stick. To slide. Barrier, 0%. Flesh thresher. Vigor 21%. Flesh thresher. Vigor 50%. Oppressor. Barrier, 26%. Flesh thresher. Oppressor. Vigor 96%. Crusher. Unarthek 22, 200 and Unarthek 22, 238. Unarthek 22, the barren steeps. Foothills of Sarah. Vigor 0%. Flesh thresher. Vigor 28%. Fire. Flesh thresher. Vigor 48%. Unarthek 22, 238. Jars. Vigor 77%. Varian a reinforcement. Jars. Vigor 97%. Red amine. Right trigger. Interact. Vigor 1%. Jars. Unarthek 22, 238. Unarthek 22, 238. Vigor 21%. The Forgotten Wastes. Frostbite Trails. Gallovine. Right trigger. Interact. Vigor 41%. World boss spawning soon in Fractured Peaks. Vigor 61%. Loose stone. Right trigger. Interact. Traveler's Cask. Right trigger. Interact. Vigor 81%. Storm War. Storm War. Storm War. Storm War. Storm War. Barrier 0%. Storm War. Storm War. Storm War. Storm War. Storm Focus Block. Varian Reinforcement. Barrier 28%. Altkin. Varian Reinforcement. Hollow Tree. Barrier 61%. Barrier 31%. World boss spawning soon in Fractured Peaks. Vigor 21%. Nostrava. Barrier, 0%. Tijon. Right trigger. Interact.
Whole town, dead and defiled in one night. Never heard anything like it.
Tijon. Right trigger. Interact.
Whole town, dead and defiled in one night. Never heard anything like it.
Tijon. Right trigger. Interact. Frostbite trails. World boss spawning soon in Fractured Peaks. Barrier, 28%. Right trigger. Interact. Vigor, 41%. Roasted, Ice Flame Model. Variant reinforcement. Ice Flame Impaler. Right shoulder button. Overpowered attacks deal bonus damage to enemies based on your current life. Decoal. Barrier, 0%. Frostbite trails. Right trigger. Interact.